Good evening. At this time, if you would please silence your cell phones. Be advised that our proceedings tonight are being recorded. If you desire to address the City Council during the meeting, please complete a request to speak form. They are available at the entrance and present it to our City Clerk. Speakers will be called upon at the appropriate time. This time I will call to order the City Council, and the City Council as successor agency to the Community Redevelopment Agency and the Housing Authority for the City of Grand Terrace. Regular meeting May 14th, 2019. Just to let you all know, tonight we will be closing in memory of a couple of those that we wish to hold in our hearts. Edward Salazar, who is a longtime Grand Terrace resident, and the family member of Councilmember Sylvia Robles, Charles Montiel. Keep them in your thoughts if you would. We will have an invocation tonight given by Pastor Timothy Isom of the Faithway Fellowship Church of the Nazarene. So if you would, stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you for this evening, and we thank you that we can give you our cares and concerns and anxieties of the day. We pray that you would give the mayor and the city council the wisdom to do what they need to do for this great city. We pray for all of Grand Terrace, and we pray for each resident and each person, and we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our nation's flag. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Madam City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Allen.
Present.
Councilmember Hussey.
Present.
Councilmember Robles.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilson.
I'm here.
Mayor McNaboe.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We do not have any special presentations tonight, so I'll move to the consent calendar. Consent calendar items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the City Council at one time without any discussion. Any City Council member, staff member, or citizen may request removal of an item from the consent calendar for discussion. Are there any items to be removed at this time? Right, seeing no request, I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
Motion for approval. I'll second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Wilson, second by Councilmember Allen. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Council Members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNaboe voting yes.
Thank you. We'll move to public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items not appearing on our regular agenda tonight. Because of restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on the agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask a question for clarification. A brief response from staff may be requested to questions raised, and a matter may be agendized for a future meeting. I see that we have a letter from the Joint Unified School District. Did we want to read that into the record, or is there a summary of that?
No, Madam Mayor, but we just placed it in the agenda for purposes of being able to read it located there, since it is quite a lengthy letter. However, if you would like, I could attempt to summarize it.
If you would summarize, please.
This letter is from the Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Education, and the Board of Education wants to reach out, sharing their concerns about development in the community. They've expressed their wholehearted agreement that education is essential to helping transform the lives of the Colton Joint Unified School District families. The district has no authority over the zoning process or development project approvals by any of the local jurisdictions within the district's boundaries. The district occasionally receives notice of proposed zoning or development actions from the County of San Bernardino or local cities for projects that are located within close proximity to a district school or facility. Cities and counties have their own regulations for providing notice to the public, which often require written notices to be mailed to property owners and residents within a certain distance from the proposed action and/or publication in a newspaper. The district carefully reviews these notices as it's received. They discuss California's stringent environmental regulations, which allows for public participation in environmental review of proposed development projects. While the district has no authority over the zoning process or project approvals by any of the local jurisdictions within the school's district boundaries, the district has the right to review proposed projects and comment on their potential impacts during the environmental review process. The district and the public also have the right to mitigate any potential health, traffic, or safety impacts to the district schools and their stakeholders. For example, they've requested mitigation to reduce air quality impacts from a warehouse project might include clean energy technologies like electric charging stations for trucks, rooftop solar panels, or the use of zero-emission equipment and vehicles within the project site. The Board of Education shares the community's concerns with warehouse industrial developments directly adjacent to schools within the district boundaries, such as increased traffic congestion, air quality impacts, and shift away from residential zoning in areas surrounding district schools, which will have a negative impact on enrollment. The district will continue to thoroughly review all notices and environmental documents provided for such projects in the best interests of our students and staff. Sincerely, Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Education.
Thank you. Are there any requests to speak during this time? Thank you. Our first speaker is Rita Schwark.
My name is Rita Schwark. I live at my address. You want my address? Okay. Anyway, I want to talk about who is going to pay the $40,560? My tax money? Who's going to pay?
I have that you wanted to speak about traffic on Grand Terrace Road.
The what?
I have on your list here that you wanted to speak about traffic on Grand Terrace Road. Is that what you wanted to speak about?
Yes, we're all fed up with it. There's no place to walk except on the street in that road. We have no sidewalks. And there's been 3 instances when, you just about got killed over there. They're drag racing over there. And that West Carhart street that was built around like a rectangle, perfect drag racing rectangle. They do it all the time. They rev up at the end of the street and you see 2 cars driving down there. There's got to be, this is in front of a park where there are children. Very, very dangerous. And I'm not the only neighbor, but the only neighbor to speak up about it. Very, very dangerous. We need something to be done about these speeding cars. Not only cars, we have trucks down there also.
Okay.
Something has to be done. Is it going to take a death before we do anything? Anything at all? Can I talk about the limit on dogs and cats too?
I'm going to ask you to come back when we are talking about that particular item. So right now
Okay.
you're talking about what's not on the agenda, and that's great. Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. And I see that our sheriff lieutenant is making notes on that right now.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye.
thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jeremy Briggs.
Good evening, Jeremy Briggs, Monona Drive, Grand Terrace. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Today, I just wanted to make a comment just mostly about communication to the city. Been fortunate enough to sit in a few workshops coming up, and it seems like the biggest complaint is communication back to the community. Just wanted to throw a couple ideas I've seen and I've done previous in the other neighborhoods I've worked with. Is I know we're in the day of age of podcasts and Facebook live videos, stuff like that. I mean, maybe we can do something where we do a weekly team up with the high school, something like that, where the high school brings a couple of journalists. I'm sure they have kids there that are looking to be future anchors and stuff like that. I would love to see maybe something with the high school get involved, where we involve the city with podcasts or Facebook Live videos that gives the option for everyone just to click. We're in that technology where it's a click away. That's what everyone wants. So I would like to see maybe something brought. We can work on that, and I would love to be involved as well if I can. That's all I got for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. Any other items for this period? Next speaker is Bobby Forbes.
Good evening. I apologize. I walked in and I'm not sure of the, are we in public speaking right now? Is that what's happening?
This is items not on the agenda, yes.
Okay, thank you. I live near Rita, and the new road called Carhart next to Fitness Park is crazy. I can hear the cars spinning from my house on Burns Avenue at night. I call the sheriff when I hear it. Rita probably does too, but we're having issues with that. And one of the meetings that you had at the fitness park, where our neighborhood showed up, was what are you going to do about that straightaway? We knew then that it was going to be a racetrack. It has become that. Somebody is going to get hurt or worse, a child. Animals get hit on that racetrack of Grand Terrace Road all the time, but we can't do anything about that. But the cars are crazy, and as soon as the public hears about this, what happened over here by Sandals Church over the weekend, with the racing, the street racing, I don't know what you call it other than that, but it was a big deal. It's on Facebook now that they were racing on Palmerita, something like that. It's going to happen over there. They already use that as a drag strip between Grand Terrace Road between Vivian and Barton Road because there's nobody really around. The people go to bed, they're in their houses, it's dark, they can do it and they get away with it. There's been accidents, there's going to be more, but that little strip there still has trucks on it for the freeway. They're coming out of their construction site, coming down that new little road, turning onto Grand Terrace Road, and it's really, really dangerous. Needs speed bumps or something on that street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Forbes. Our next speaker is Jeremy Rivera.
Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody had a wonderful Mother's Day, and maybe all the fathers that are mothers too. I was speaking with one of our dearly beloved city employees, and she works very hard, and sometimes when she has to get things done, she's here very late. And if you guys all look in your binder that you get every week, you see wonderful color copies in there, and it's all bound together, and someone does that. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of manpower. I know we're not all hip to the new fad age, but for what each one of those binders cost every 2 weeks to produce, we probably could buy each one of you an iPad. And I'd like to see that all go electronic. And you guys can take notes on that stuff. I think, from what I understand, maybe our printer even went down when that person had to put this together and had to outsource it. At $1 a page for printing, times that by 400 pages. iPads are $500, and I think that would take a little less off her desk every 2 weeks to do. So I'd like the city council maybe to motion and then someone to second it and then maybe get it on the agenda, if that's the way this is all going to go down, to maybe go electronic style. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any other requests to speak during this time?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Close public comment, and I'll bring it back to council for their communications. We'll begin with Councilmember Jeff Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last meeting, I attended the Omnitrans board meeting on May the 1st, and at that meeting, we received the general manager's report, and we received and filed the agency management reports also. We also adopted the fiscal year 2019-2020 management plan and budget, the service plan and the marketing plan, and we authorized the CEO general manager to award a contract for advertising and design services and for the maintenance and repair operations and supplies. We also held a closed session concerning labor negotiations with the union and local number 1704 regarding the coach operators unit, and we reviewed and amended and restated employment agreement for Mr. Graham, the CEO and general manager, effective February 5th, 2019. So with that report out of the way, I was also honored to be asked to be a judge at the second annual Grand Terrace High School Senior Engineering Project Showcase, and my goodness, I was blown away and shocked. I mean, pun is intended there, but I really was blown away by these young engineers and their projects. You'll get a chance at our next council meeting to see one of them if you're here. But there were 7 teams, and they designed and built prototypes of some of the best ideas I've seen come out of young ideas. And everything from massage pillows, high-security credit card cases, convertible shoes. You would be amazed at what these young engineers came up with. So I was really pleased to be able to be a part of that, and their instructor, teacher, Matthew Johnson. He's a very talented teacher, very impressed. I was also attended the last community cabinet meeting at the Colton Joint Unified School District, and for this year, for this school year, and it was a really great event. A lot of students who graduated this year from high school were honored from the various high schools and junior highs and elementaries that are in the school district, and they and their great teachers were all honored there, and I was really glad that I could be a part of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen, and thank you for attending Omnitrans in my absence on that day. We'll go to Councilmember Bill Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple items. I attended the gang task force for San Bernardino County School District. Not really anything to pass. They're just approving scholarships right now. So it was a pretty fast meeting. Same with myself. I went to the last community cabinet meeting for Colton Joint Unified School District. But one thing that really stuck out was they were talking about the reading program for kids and how far kids get behind between middle income and low income when they start kindergarten. And the main reason why is for they're not reading during off season. Their parents or guardians aren't working with the kids for low income kids. So they're pretty much 3 months behind when they start kindergarten, 3 to 4 months. And then as the school year progresses, they're getting somewhat caught up, but they're still 3 months behind. And when the next summer comes around again, those kids they're not reading, they're not participating in like going to the library and doing the summer reading program, so they're getting another 3 months behind. So the time they graduate high school, if they continue on that path, they're 3 to 5 years behind from somebody who reads every summer and stays active. So that was an eye-opener right there, and I don't understand between low income and middle income. I mean, just to read a book to a kid or go over your ABCs or colors or count to them, and especially your young kids are absorbed like a sponge. So just keep their minds active. And, it's great. Grand Terrace has a great library, and right now they have a summer reading program coming on. So it's something that people might want to think about. And one last thing, I got invited May 25th to speak at the Riverside National Cemetery. And on that day, they're going to be, after the speaking, the guests, they're going to have a flag for every hero. So they look for volunteers. You can put a flag on the National Cemetery for every hero. And on that following Tuesday is a big thing because that's when they remove the flags. And there's not that much participation. I know Nicole goes out there, and her and her husband and family work a lot. So if you could come out there during the 25th to put flags there, but if you could come out there the following Tuesday, I think it's the 27th, to remove the flags, that'd be great help. Because they roll them up and put Band-Aids and store them for the Veterans Day. And if you come out the 25th, you get to hear me talk. I know I don't really talk that much, but I'm going to talk about the Korean War, the Forgotten War, because my wife's grandfather was in that. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hussey. Councilmember Sylvia Robles.
Thank you, Mayor. This morning, I listened to a call from the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs and Public Liaison, and it was concerning the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. And just very briefly, the key wins for this new agreement is that it would incentivize billions in new auto production. It would increase market access for American farmers and ranchers. It will install new protections to safeguard America's intellectual property against foreign competitors, and will create a new chapter to benefit America's small and medium-sized businesses. I had 2 fact sheets distributed to you. One of the things when I was getting my business degree in the 80s, I was already 30, but what we were learning was about offshoring, and that offshoring was going to raise the income levels of third and fourth world countries, and that we were all going to benefit. And I was skeptical at that point because I didn't feel that taking our strong manufacturing base and giving it to other countries was going to be a benefit to us. And growing up in San Bernardino and seeing Kaiser Steel shutter and Santa Fe send many of its jobs to Kansas, and witnessing what happened in Detroit in the auto industry that was in Pico Rivera, that I didn't believe went so well. We were told that what our benefit in the United States was going to be that we had the intellectual property, we were going to be the knowledge workers, and we started having problems with China also encroaching our intellectual property. So for the first time, this agreement specifically addresses agricultural biotechnology, including new technologies such as gene editing, and to support innovation, reduce trade distorting policies. I like that term. As far as the auto industry there's going to have to be more rules concerning goods and materials that have to be manufactured in the United States to make sure that there's benefits to North American workers. A lot of people say, well, you know, we build cars in Tennessee. Well, actually, we assemble cars in Tennessee. All the parts and all the units are built elsewhere. An area that, 2 very important things was there's going to be some enforceable labor standards to level the playing field for American workers and improve wages and labor conditions in North America. You know, it's unfair for Mexico not to have to meet environmental protections or labor protections for their employees, and then we have to compete with them in the trade world. I didn't know, but Canada had unfair milk pricing program, and that's going to be eliminated so American dairy farmers can gain more export opportunities. And well, actually, they had an information sheet for every state, and I looked at Maine since we have a presidential candidate from Maine, Bernie Sanders, and they had like 2,100 jobs that were dependent on world trade. We have, as far as exports to Canada and Mexico, is $43.6 billion, which is, we're a huge player in that. They're looking for support locally. I know we're a small city, and I don't know if we might add to that. And lastly, I just want to speak about the 2 gentlemen that the mayor has graciously adjourned in their memory. The first one, Edward Salazar, he lived in Grand Terrace possibly 40 years. He was a paratrooper in the Army. He served for us. I met him at community college, and we were involved in student affairs. There's nothing like having a friend that you meet young, that you both go into your careers. He went very well high up in the correctional system in the state of California, very distinguished, very well regarded by his peers. And it's someone that, you know, I'm going to miss deeply. The other person that passed away was my daughter's father-in-law. And when you have someone you share grandchildren with, and she's been in this relationship either as a wife or girlfriend for 23 years, and someone dies unexpectedly, it's a huge loss. An interesting story was when this young man first knocked on my door. You know, I was busy doing a baby shower for my older daughter, and my great aunt who answered the door was very taken with his looks. And my mother came, and they wanted to know about this young man. And my mom grew up in Needles, California, which, you know, everybody she wanted to know about, she was just sure there was some connection to Needles, and it would just annoy the heck out of me. And to the point that when she asked what this young man's last name was, I refused to tell her. I refused to tell her because she was going to go on for silliness. Well, she finally got the name, and, there was a connection. My father's family were railroad people, and, the more that you spend, if you're a San Bernardino, Colton family, many of us, how did you get to San Bernardino? Well, a job transfer or a job with that industry brought you. And his family was in Amboy, California. His grandparents, when my grandparents were working in Needles, California. And so, of course, when my mom heard the name, she goes, "Oh, yeah, I know them." And so, and that just goes to tell you, every day that I see that Santa Fe whistle, I see it in new lens in my age now. And I never noticed it in all the 40 years that I've lived here traveling west from Loma Linda, is that you can see it, and it's just, I think, a beautiful symbol of, family and growing up here. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Robles. Mayor Pro Tem Doug Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two things. Number one, there are speed limit signs on a road at this point that a lot of people probably misjudged. It's Observation Drive, and it is 25 miles an hour. A lot of folks use it for a raceway. I would not suggest it from this point forward. All of our residential streets, unless they are posted otherwise, are 25-mile-an-hour streets. So I know it's fun to go 50, 60 miles an hour, especially when we find a straight section. But it's not a good policy, and it's dangerous, and it's noisy. Second item, I was gifted to attend the Southern California Associated Governments conference on the 1st of May through the 3rd of May. It was down in Palm Desert. It was a little warm there, a little warmer than it is here. Southern California Associated Governments region map encompasses the counties of Ventura, Los Angeles, Orange, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Imperial, which is like 38,000 square miles of landmass, with a population upwards of 19.1 million, living in 6.5 million homes. So the scale of our demand and impact upon the world economy is kind of staggering. When you look at Southern California, our gross regional product is $1.259 trillion. Now, the SCAG conference and General Assembly was held at the Marriott Hotel and at the conference center located in Palm Desert. There was a traffic safety leadership symposium on Wednesday. I was unable to attend, however, I understand that it addressed the serious issue of Southern California traffic safety by exploring regional issues and the policy and implementation tools available to local governments. Balancing enforcement and equity, education, outreach strategies, and safe street design was discussed by expert panelists. Personally, all I care about is how we receive funding to mitigate the ever-increasing circulation load inflicted by regional circulation upon our local roads, because we do not have the kind of cash that comes into our coffers to be able to keep our roads maintained properly. The next day of the conference began with a regional council meeting, a welcome from the mayor of the city of Palm Desert, a General Assembly meeting, which included a report by business advisor Randall Lewis. And as you know, the Lewis Company is a large company, very omnipresent in Rancho Cucamonga and based in Upland. They've been around for quite a while. He outlined his informed opinion of what to expect for the next 3 months in relation to the economy, and he apologized because he said, I really looked for a this or that, and he says, we're rocking and rolling. There was no reason for the reserve to raise or lower the interest rates. It was basically a 50-50 report. However, he did encourage business interests to be cautious because our current trend has extended an unusual amount of time. Also, companies are becoming more and more frustrated with California, like we don't know, risking fewer and fewer investments because the cost of doing business in California is too high. High housing costs compared to other states has become a significant liability, and impending changes to state taxes are on the horizon. So if you don't know what that is, I think you ought to look it up. I'm going to. Mr. Lewis ended his presentation emphasizing intelligent business policies, and they had this really nifty buffet lunch afterwards. Had everything in the world. Breakout sessions featured panel discussions regarding the green economy, the new mobility revolution, and the session I attended was called Where Will Our Children Live? It was moderated by a gal named Jennifer Ganada, Senior Staff Attorney for Communities for a Better Environment, and she was, I'm sure, a much better attorney than she was a moderator. But nonetheless, Cesar Covarrubias, Executive Director of the Kennedy Commission, Alan Greenlee, Executive Director of the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing, Alex Wong, co-founder of Red Oak Investment, and a fellow named Greg McWilliams, Chief Policy Officer of 5 Point Development, an outfit in Irvine that has multifamily developments in San Fran and Irvine. McWilliams was a hoot. He asked a lot of silly questions that probably should have been brought up among politicians. And by the way, the size of the room that we met in was like this way a football field, that way a football field. So there was plenty of room for the 800 or so people that were in there. He did make several salient points, however. In particular, he raised the question why policymakers hold workshops about affordable housing without inviting builders and developers to the table who actually have what he calls skin in the game. Those who are risking millions in investment dollars. What really scared me was the panel discussion about increasing allowable density and multi-story development adjacent to major circulation corridors. With density bonuses, multifamily development in our town, Grand Terrace, tops out at 14 units to the acre. Certain state of California lawmakers are talking pushing densities to as many as 100 units to the acre. So if you want to live in a third world country, great. But we're talking 100 units to the acre and pushing it right up against the freeway or all the circulation corridors. And that's easy math because you just take the cost of the property and then divide it by the 100 units to the acre and the price of the property goes down. Well, that may be ghost economics, but it's actually what they're looking at. The second breakout session addressed the question, is our infrastructure ready for the new normal? The moderator was good. The three panelists were all experts in infrastructure planning. There was an obvious focus on wildfire prevention. SCE's Chris Thompson, Southern California Edison, furnished competent insight regarding undergrounding fees. Last night, just about finished, the keynote speaker was a Ms. Lee Andres, co-founder and chief executive officer of Nation Builder, a software company. She stressed cooperation between the Southern California and local jurisdictions to mitigate forecasted impacts caused by a 2.3 million population increase and a 2.1 million vehicle increase over the past 15 years. Yow. The plenary session, Getting Back on Track, was with 4 panelists, including a Ford Motor Company executive, the 56th California Assemblyman, a representative from the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, who was really sharp, and the chief engineer from the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada. Now, why Southern Nevada? Because they talked about new trends in technology, and especially he presented his information about their program using a couple of fleets of autonomous vehicles along the Vegas Strip. In other words, you don't have to steer it. It steers itself. It brakes itself. All that good stuff. And so they're experimenting on that stuff, and apparently it's working well for them at the Strip. I don't know how it would work in relation to us. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. On April 27th, I had an opportunity to be at the celebration for the installation of solar in our Habitat homes that were built on Michigan. There's an organization called Grid Alternatives that partners with Habitat and installs solar on each of their homes. Their mission of Grid Alternatives is to make renewable energy technology and job training accessible to underserved communities. So not only are they providing an opportunity for low-income homeowners to reduce their bills by up to 90%. They also are an opportunity for job training for those that want to learn about installation of solar. As I said, the electricity costs are reduced up to 90%, and each installation also is an opportunity for community members and job trainees to get hands-on experience with solar power. They are promising to get some information about their programs to the city so that we can make it available to any of our residents who may fit the profile for low income. On May 1st, I attended the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority Board meeting. There were just a number of items that were of note. We awarded on-call for right-of-way services to Epic Land Solutions to support current and future transit rail projects and programs. We awarded a contract to Myers, Nave, Ribback, Silver, and Wilson for on-call right-of-way legal services for current and future transit rail projects. And we approved a contract with AMMA Transit Planning for transit and specialized transportation services. On May 8th, I was back there again for the General Policy Committee meeting. So we received our budget to actual report for third quarter ending March 31st, 2019. We approved an investment policy, and there were just a few revisions, but we also had to reauthorize the pooling of San Bernardino County Association of Governments funds with SBCTA funds for investments. And the good thing about that is when you pool more money together, you get a better return. So every year they put that to the board for reauthorization, and we recommended that for approval. We also recommended approval on an increase in the budget for fiscal year 18-19 for allocations and pass-through to be funded. An increase in anticipated Measure I funds are the reason we're looking at this, and this would be for local street pass-through programs in each of the 6 sub-area of the counties. We also recommended an increase in pass-through funding for senior and disabled transit service programs in each of the 6 sub-areas, and also Redlands Passenger Rail Project, and that will be funded with existing balance from the Measure I Valley Fund, MetroLink Rail Fund. On May 9th, I was there for the Metro Valley study session, and there we received a file and report regarding the impacts to jurisdictions within San Bernardino County of proposed legislation to change what is called the Bradley-Burns Uniform Local Sales and Use Tax Law. And in this proposal, they are asserting that these large warehouses that we have for Amazon and fulfillment centers that right now bring sales tax into the region where they are located. There's a couple things within this proposed legislation, and one of them is they would start to allocate the sales tax to the jurisdiction where the order was placed instead of where the fulfillment came from. But the other one, and this is a pretty big one, is they want to, through this legislation, preclude any region from doing any sales tax sharing as an incentive for one of these fulfillment centers to come to a particular region. And so that is something that really would be not a good deal for the San Bernardino County areas that have brought in the fulfillment centers. Although they do provide a lot of jobs, they have attracted them here through incentives, and that's one of the ways to make it worthwhile to stay here in the eyes of the San Bernardino County. We had preview of hearings to consider resolutions of necessity for property interests of the Interstate 10 Corridor Contract Project, and that is the Express Lanes Project. These are in the cities of Montclair, Upland, and Ontario. We recommended approval for the plan specification and estimates for Archibald Avenue Improvement Project at State Route 60. We recommended approval of cooperative agreement with the California Department of Transportation for right-of-way phase on the Interstate 10 Cedar Avenue Interchange Improvement Project. We have recommended accepting property located at 22238 Newport Avenue in the city of Grand Terrace from California Department of Transportation. This land was acquired for the Interstate 215 bi-county project. Part of the use of that land was for construction easement as well as staging, and now it is considered surplus property. And so it was, we accepted that we would take that from Caltrans as an entity at SBCTA and that we would determine that it was no longer needed, which means they will be contacting local jurisdiction to see if it's something that they would like to acquire. And we recommended for final approval the 2019 update to the 10-year delivery plan. And then one last note, there has been an ad hoc group assigned between San Bernardino County Transportation Authority and Omnitrans. They had their first meeting. The second one was scheduled for May 13th, and that has been canceled and is being rescheduled. One of the things that they are looking at is a way to provide Omnitrans a path forward when they're looking at large fiscal issues coming up. And that will end my report. We'll move on to public hearings. We have 2 of them tonight, items 6 and 7 on the agenda. And so for our public hearings, to speak on the public hearing item, please fill out your request to speak form as you would for any other item and give it to the city clerk. Each person will be allowed 3 minutes to address the city council. If you challenge in court any action taken concerning a public hearing item, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this notice or in written correspondence that has been delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. And so our public hearing will be conducted in the following format. We will hear from staff. The public hearing will be open. Any written communication will be read. City Council will then ask questions of staff. Any applicant available will have an opportunity to speak. They will not be limited to 3 minutes. If there are arguments in favor or in opposition to the item, these speakers will be called upon and they will have 3 minutes to speak. The applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal if one is necessary. The public hearing will be closed and the City Council will deliberate and move forward from there. So we will start with our first item, which is General Plan Amendment 18-1 and Zoning Code Amendment 18-01 to delete the requirement of a specific plan for development in the hillside residential areas when the property is 1 acre or less in size and served by public infrastructure and fire service. May we have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mayor, thank you. Members of the City Council. So as indicated by the Mayor, this is a public hearing item. What staff is proposing is to amend our general plan and our zoning code. This item is consistent with our 2030 vision statement to promote economic development by providing an ability for development in the hillside residential area under certain requirements without needing a specific plan. So right now, property that's in the hillside low-density residential general plan district or the hillside residential zoning district requires a specific plan for any development. And so when staff received an application to develop this parcel here, which was previously contained a home that several years ago was removed due to fire damage, I believe. So this parcel is about 1 acre, and it's served by an easement road, a road easement. And so when we were processing the application, we saw that the general plan and zoning code required a specific plan, and we really looked at what a specific plan is for. And specific plans are typically when you have a larger scale development where you have parcels that aren't served by infrastructure, water, sewer, public access roads. When you have projects or development meeting that type of criteria, it makes more sense to have a specific plan. And so in this particular instance, we're suggesting that when a property has access, when the property can be served by fire protection services, and when it's less than 1 acre, that we should consider amending our requirements so that a specific plan is not required. And so we did have a public hearing before the Planning Commission on April 18th, and the Commission did consider this item. The Commission adopted resolutions recommending that the City Council adopt a general plan amendment and a zoning code amendment. And so we're forwarding that recommendation, and staff is also supporting that recommendation that the City Council consider the proposed amendments. The findings to support the amendments are included in the resolution attached to the staff report. When a general plan is amended, we're also required to provide opportunity for consultation with Native American tribes, and so we did provide that consultation notice, and only one tribe commented, and that was the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. But their comment was more related to actual development, so it's not a part of the condition for the amendment. We provided public notice as required by state law, but as the council saw from that aerial, that one parcel, well, as the council saw, there's really a secluded area for the area that's designated with these districts, and so we expanded the notice to a 600-foot radius from the terminus of Westwood to capture more residents that would be notified. And so with that, staff recommends that the City Council conduct the public hearing and adopt the recommendations by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Molina. We'll open the public hearing and we'll ask if there's any written communication.
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Are there any questions from council of staff at this time? I saw Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll go Councilmember Allen.
This particular, what we've engendered here so far as deleting the requirement of a specific plan for development in the hillside residential area. This is a very particularly loved area of our city. And has this particular definition, has it not stood for 25 years so far? Because I remember it in the 1994 general plan task force when we did that to begin with, and I thought it was, or here's the reason why I asked, Director. My understanding is that specific plans are not for large development exclusively. What they are for is for consistency and infill, particularly when you go out to large metropolitan areas, and they're also good for clustering when you have a goal to preserve open space. In this particular case, I would say that both of these apply. And so the idea of washing out a requirement of a specific plan so that we can basically spot develop our open, our hillside areas that are already subject to grading restriction in hillside zones doesn't make sense to me.
So, we're, in this entire area that's designated in hillside, and I believe, Mayor Pro Tem, I know that you understand this, but I just wanted to say that we're talking about parcels, and I think there's only one more that might be an acre or less, but that particular one doesn't have public access or infrastructure. This particular property that would be the other property that would qualify for this exemption has been previously graded. It still has a flat pad where the home was constructed, and so that's the limits of where that particular home will be reconstructed. And there's an existing road, and so that road would just be improved to make sure that fire access is provided. So I understand what Mayor Pro Tem, what your comment is.
I'm not sure why we would wash out the entire situation for one piece of property. That was my next question. Who's going to get the benefit of this? I know a long time ago, a site plan was approved for a development on the top of that property that is just a little bit to the south of the water tank that I installed up there on the top of it. And I don't know how that thing got approved. I asked him several times how it got approved, considering it was up in a hillside development area, and that hillside development area had already been created. And I'd hate to see us doing spot development in that area. I just think it's a bad idea. I think we need a specific plan set up so that we can be sure that it's consistent, that any development that's going to take place in there is consistent. And of course, it's included with the grading requirements. I know you know this, is that as you start to step up in grades, you end up with an equivalency ratio in density. So you end up with a situation where if you've got a 45% grade, you're going to be lucky if you're going to get one house in 10 acres because of the hillside requirement.
Just one last comment. So the requirement for the specific plan would stay in place for all other, it would still stay in place. And so these other areas that would propose to develop, they would be required to have the specific plan and stay out of the hillside areas to the extent they can, and look at clustering development as well. So that will remain in place for all other development that is greater than an acre, doesn't have infrastructure, doesn't have access. And so that will remain. And I just wanted to clarify that as well for you, Mayor Pro Tem, and for the council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Allen.
Perhaps I'm asking, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I don't want to ask the same thing that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Wilson asked, but so if I understand this correctly, this piece of property is the only property in the entire city that this amendment will affect. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm looking at it, yes.
I thought you said there was one other property up there.
Well, there is another property that is less than an acre, about an acre or less, but I don't believe it has public access or infrastructure.
Okay.
And none of the properties on the hillside, the upper hillside down south that might become available in the future. Was it possible this is going to have any effect on any properties in the future, perhaps where the avocado grove is or south of there, on the uphill side where Robin Way and Raven Way end?
So this particular general plan amendment wouldn't affect the areas down in this area here. When you see the blue color here, that's the designations we're talking about. So the developments you're talking about and the avocado groves is down in this area.
Okay. I'm just wondering why we have an amendment just for one piece of property, why we have a general plan and a zoning code amendment for one piece, like Councilmember Wilson was asking.
Well, there is two ways to approach this, and the path that we took is to not require the specific plan and look at amending the code with these very specific parameters. The other approach would have been to process the specific plan, which is like a mini ordinance for one piece of parcel, and so it was really which approach that we want to take.
Multiple units, would that require a specific plan, though, if it switched to multiple units?
So any development outside of the criteria we're establishing this evening would require a specific plan, but more particularly this property does not allow for multifamily, so that would also require modifications to our maps.
Okay, thank you. Is there an increased risk to downhill property from these hillside developments?
Well, when future development's looked at, we would look at the grading. We would have some environmental analysis would be done. They'd have a grading plan. They would have a hydrology and drainage report so that we would ensure that drainage isn't impacting downhill properties, that grading is not impacting downhill properties. This particular home is going to be built on a flat pad that was already graded and supported a home previously.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Director Molina, if I own one of the other parcels of land that is more than 1 acre and I decide that I want to subdivide it into acre parcels, is that a way to get around having to create a specific plan?
It would not. This subdivision would not preclude the general plan consistency for a specific plan in the zoning code requirement.
Okay. Any further questions at this time? Okay. Is there an applicant here tonight who has comments that they would like to make?
I don't believe there is the applicant this evening. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Mr. Lynn. We kind of bifurcated the two applications, so the site and architectural review was being reviewed separately, and we took the lead on this particular application, but I apologize, he is here.
Okay. I have one more question. Would you like to make a statement? All right. Please tell us your name for the record, sir.
Tom Love, 31915 Rancho California Road, Temecula, California, 92591. And the applicant for the project, civil engineer representing the owners. Just, I guess, a couple things maybe to make Mayor Pro Tem Wilson a little more comfortable. We did go through the architectural review with the city staff. you know, to make sure we were following city guidelines and that it would be appropriate for the area. This particular property does have problems from weekends of places that, you know, people go, and there's a gate there right now that's not very effective, so they get four-wheel drive vehicles in there and other things. And this project will help solve that problem by, one, developing it, two, putting in a better gate that will be used by the owners as well as the water district and the city to hopefully alleviate the problems that are occurring there now. So we're hoping the development of this particular property, you know, helps a situation that's not so good right now for safety and public welfare. And that's all I want to say. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Love. All right, are there any requests to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right. So we will close the public hearing, bring it back to council for their deliberations. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just have one additional question for the director. On packet page 53, environmental review, it says the general plan amendment are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Who made the initial determination?
So city staff did, and the determination was also reviewed by our city attorney's office with regard to the exemption, the amendment qualifying for that exemption.
No effect on, what's the statutory on it? Because of the size, or?
So section 15061B3 of CEQA is a general rule that CEQA only applies to projects that have the potential for impact on the environment. And because the particular amendment itself is only a regulatory change, it doesn't, the development of the property is subject to a different process and application. We felt that this was an appropriate use of the exemption.
Sounds like a little bit of a back door, but okay. All righty, then I understand. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, any further comments?
What is the plan for access to the property? Is it from the yellow gate? Are they going to extend the paved road? Or
So, Councilmember Allen, there is a requirement in the development application for that, and I'd be happy to go over that with you.
I was just asking. No, I'm sure I'll see it at the right time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'll entertain a motion on this item.
And Mayor, I'd like to make a motion on staff recommendations.
I'll second.
All right. I have a motion by Councilmember Hussey and a second by Councilmember Allen. Please vote.
Motion passes with Council Members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes. Mayor McNabo voting yes. Mayor Pro Tem Wilson votes no.
All right, item number 7, this is also a public hearing. So again, we will follow the same rules that we did for the last one. This item is annexation number 5 of tract number 18604, generally located in the area of Van Buren Street, Tesoro Court, and Gage Canal, into the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District 89-1. And so we will have a staff report by Director French.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The staff report will be presented by Todd Nagasaki, our management analyst at Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. The item here before you is a public hearing for the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District Annexation Number 5. This item supports the 2030 goal number 1, ensuring fiscal viability by ensuring proper cost recovery for services. The city has a landscape and lighting assessment district to cover costs for landscaping, lighting, and other amenities. As projects are developed, the improvements that support the development are to be maintained. To cover these costs, the project is to be annexed into the landscape and lighting assessment district to levy the amount of maintenance costs on the properties. Staff recommends adopting the resolution annexing Tract 18604 into the Lighting and Landscape Assessment District 89-1. There is one edit on the resolution packet, page 85, section 6. The annexation number 5 assessments detailed in the engineer's report, which include the requirement that any increase not exceed the greater of the change in consumer price index. That reading shows 3%. It should be plus 2%. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, we're going to open the public hearing. We're going to ask if there are any written communications on this item.
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and we'll bring it to council for their questions. Are there any questions of staff at this time? All right, seeing none, I'll ask if there, well, we don't have an applicant, right? The city is fulfilling that role. Are there any requests to speak on this item? Thank you. Mr. Jeremy Rivera.
Good evening. I live on Van Buren between Michigan and Mount Vernon, so I've watched this project start from the house that was originally, 2 houses that were originally there. The annex into the district is not necessarily a problem, but when you're reading through it, it talks about how many trees, how many lights, what's the cost going to be. One question that comes to my mind is there's going to be 3 trees on Van Buren. They'll be trimmed and pruned every year with a cost of about $1,500. But there's no street light going on Van Buren. The street lights are going to go on the Tesco Court or whatever the name of that street is they're putting through there. So my first question is how come we're not getting additional street light on Van Buren into this annex thing? The other question would be is that on the address at 22420, which is the property directly east of the development, received a new driveway but did not receive a new curb and gutter. And I don't know if anybody's made contact with the folks that live there, but the next property going east does have curb and gutter. So it really is an eyesore if we're going to annex this all into this annex district and maintain it. The city's going to maintain the area, the sidewalks, the trees, the street lights, but it isn't going to take care of the curb and gutter that's, directly east of the subdivision. I drive by this multiple times a day, and if the residents that are going to buy these 17 homes are going to pay $316.85 a year additional for the street lights, the trees, and everything being maintained by the city, I think they would probably want that extra curb and gutter and maybe an additional street light on Van Buren. So that might be something we look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any additional requests to speak during this time?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, so I'm going to bring back Mr. Staff Member Nakasaki. If you would please address those questions regarding the absence of a street light and curb and gutter at the house to the east of this project. All right, Mr. French.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'll address the question because I was more involved in the project. But the streetlight spacing along Van Buren was looked at when the project came in, and that's what dictates where the lighting goes. So, it's every 200 feet staggered from one side to the other. And at this location, it misses that frontage of the track. So that's why there wasn't a street light specifically. There's one around the corner in the development which shines at the intersection, but along Van Buren, his frontage wasn't long enough to trigger a street light on Van Buren. So that was the issue on the street lighting. As far as the driveway, because his frontage improvements are required on his property, on the track property line, and then from that location it tapers back to existing. In this case, there was a driveway adjacent to his property line, so we did require that driveway be rebuilt. But beyond that limit, we really didn't have a nexus to require that curb. We asked about it, but we couldn't force that option for the developer at that point. On the other side, the west, we did have him go across the canal, so that was done. But on the other side, there were some other issues involved, and so that wasn't part of the plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to bring it back to council. And Mayor Pro Tem Wilson, you had a question for staff?
No, just a clarification, Mr. French. I'm going to assume that there is a method to how the street light patterns develop. Don't they do a lighting study of some kind, or a lighting halo study or something?
They could, and they would if this was an isolated development, and to develop where those lights need to go. However, in this case, it's a fill-in track, and there's lighting around him that sets that pattern.
So, and I guess Edison has to look at this lighting layout almost as well, don't they, when they do their services?
They look at it for being able to supply the...
No, they're the guys that do the streetlight stuff, so, okay.
Yes, they do.
Thank you.
So this is our deliberation portion. Are there any comments or questions from staff or from council? And is there a consideration of a motion at this time?
I move the resolution for approval.
And I'll second.
Motion by Council Member Robles, second by Council Member Allen. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Council Members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNabo voting yes.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to unfinished business. Item number 8, this is an animal control community workshop results on proposed ordinances amending regulations relating to animal control. May we have a staff report, please? Director Molina.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So as the mayor said, this is a update giving you the results of our workshop that we had. So this item is consistent with our 2030 vision statement to preserve and protect our community and its exceptional quality of life. So the City Council had a meeting on April 9th to discuss staff's recommendations to amend certain chapters relating to animal control regulations. And there was a lot of public comment during that meeting, and the City Council, rather than take an action, directed staff to first have a workshop with the community regarding the proposed changes. And so we did have a workshop on April 30th. This is the flyer that we sent out, and we posted on social media and such to get the word out. We had a really good turnout. We had about 38 people sign in. And there may have been a few more that didn't sign in, but that were present. But we had a great turnout and a really good discussion. The staff report identifies a number of topics that came up during the workshop. For purposes of this evening, I'm going to just focus on a few. However, I'm happy to respond to any questions that any council member may have regarding the other topics. So the comment that we heard the most during the council meeting and also during the workshop was an increase to the number of dogs. As council knows, currently we limit the maximum number of dogs per residence to two dogs. But comments that came up is that, well, sometimes new residents might already have 3 dogs and they move into Grand Terrace and they don't know that, and now they have more than 2, and so they're kind of in a predicament. Also, there was at least one member in the audience that said they're caring for their family member's dog who's deployed, and that potentially puts them over 3, and so how should we address that? And then some people said maybe we should have 4 to 5 dogs, or maybe we should just base the number of dogs on the size of the property. Also, well, if people want a 3rd, 4th, or 5th dog, maybe we look at a higher fee for those once you reach a certain threshold. And then there was a comment that we should also, when looking at the number of dogs permitted, consider private rescues or fostering of dogs. And so in the staff report, those are items number 1 and 2, and 1 and 2 are particular points that we do want city council input on. But going back to the number of dogs, and a lot of time the discussion focused on dogs, but there's also a limitation with respect to cats, but we'll focus on dogs. And so in the staff report, we did provide this table that identified surrounding jurisdictions and also the number of dogs they allow. We also received some information regarding the city of Rialto just recently, and Rialto allows any combination as long as the as long as the animals don't exceed 4, but at no time more than 3 dogs. Colton, a few years back, changed their ordinance to allow up to 10 dogs. But as you can tell, most of the cities do have a limit somewhere between 3 and 4 dogs, except that the county of San Bernardino is the one city or county that we came across that bases the number of animals, dogs and cats, based on your parcel size. But once you reach that 5 limit, then you're subject to a different type of permitting through the county. They consider it a private kennel. A couple of other topics that came up was that right now our dog licensing period coincides with calendar year, and not everyone does their rabies vaccinations during the calendar year. So one of the comments that came up is, why don't we run the licensing concurrent with the rabies validation period? And so that's a change that we can easily accommodate. We would just change our internal tracking controls to monitor that. There was a comment about having regulations for breeding. Our code does not address breeding as a business, as a home-based business, and so staff would seek direction whether the council would want us to look at breeding as a business as permissible use, and then also that would coincide with the number of animals that a resident could have. One of the comments was that we received had to do with the guidelines in our protocol for barking dog complaints. And so the staff report does go over that process, but really it's a twofold process. We notify the person with the dog owner, that we received a complaint. And we give them 14 days to alleviate the issue. And then we also send a package out to the person that called in with the complaint to say that we got your complaint, we let the dog owner know that they have to address this issue, but please help us with this and keep a log. And after 14 days, if it hasn't been resolved, contact us back. And then from there, the process continues to the next stage. But during that time, just do want the council to know that staff is working with the dog owner and doing site inspections and such to try to determine how to alleviate the issue. But one of the things we do make note of is that dogs are going to bark. So if somebody's walking by or somebody comes on their property, they're going to bark. And so those type of things aren't going to be nuisance complaints. And so we make that also clear to the person who called it in the complaint. We did get some comments about making our website or making it more visible how residents can call animal control, especially after hours. And so we're going to look at our website and how we can revamp that to make that a little bit more visible for our residents. We did get the comment about dog licensing canvassing, and so I did want to let the council and the audience know that with regard to how we go about informing residents, that's pretty much a standard practice when our city is establishing or we're going to move forward on a program or some sort of effort. We do inform our residents, and so we did put out a flyer with regard to the licensing program, similar to what we do with our inoperative vehicles. But anyways, we did provide that notice. But since we started that campaign, we've licensed 25% more dogs than what we had licensed previously. So that's 216 more dogs that have been licensed since we started that campaign. And we have issued through the canvassing a number of correction notices, but most of them have been addressed. They haven't really, not all of them have progressed to the next stage of enforcement. So we were actually surprised to find that we did actually have 25% more dogs being licensed. So I also wanted, before I go into the recommendation, is let the council know that we did have some public emails that came in, and those are before the council on the dais. And we also received a comment an email from a resident, Ms. Littlefield, who did not want this read into the record, but did want at least to have us have that information. And so I'm happy to go over any of these emails that the council has before them if they would like. So with regard to staff recommendation, we're asking that the council receive and accept our summary report, and more particularly provide input with regard to items number 1, 2, and 11. And with that, I conclude my report, and I'm happy to respond to any comments.
Thank you, Director Molina. And that's wonderful that you had 38 people show up for this and give their feedback. Are there questions of staff at this time? All right, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Are there requests to speak during this time? Thank you. First speaker is David Sadler.
Good evening. My name is David Sadler. I live on Michigan Street. For the dog and cat limits, I'm good with 2 each. They get pretty loud around my house as it is. But the main reason I came today, I got a letter from the Planning and Development Services Department today, and it all looked good. It deals with tenant compliancy and the city animal licensing requirements. It was all good, made pretty much sense until the last paragraph, which reads, "Please be aware, should licensed or unlicensed dogs be found on the property, it may affect your standing in the non-owner occupied rental property program and be issued 2 administration citations, which would be delivered to both the property owner and the tenant." I need some clarification on what that really means, because what it's stating to me is you're holding me liable for my tenant breaking a law, in essence. To me, that would be the same as the state holding the city council responsible for someone in your city breaking the law. It's a stretch, but if you think about it, it's kind of the same thing. I don't have a legal authority to go into my tenant's house and count their animals. I just can't do that. So I need some clarification there on that. And the last other thing is for your animal control. I have a problem with feral cats next to my house on Michigan. I live across the street from the animal clinic, to put it in perspective. Some vacant houses there in large lots. We get cats. I don't mind trapping them, but I tried to have animal control pick them up like they used to, and it doesn't happen. Why is that? You're putting it off on the citizens that are doing some of the work. Now we got to get rid of them. I know a lot of citizens, they're not going to do the hour turnaround that it took me to go to the new drop-off point, animal control. They're going to take it to somebody else's neighborhood. It'd work best if we could have our animal control people set a day, 1 day a week, pick up the feral animals and take them there themselves. Got a nice new van for it. It'd fit, it'd work. Make it easier on the people that are trying to help get rid of the feral population, or at least control the feral population. But who do I get in contact to get clarification on this letter that I got?
Thank you, Mr. Sadler. I appreciate you coming tonight and sharing those issues, and we have your information, and staff is going to follow up with you directly to address each of your issues.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for being here tonight. Our next speaker is Lisa Wadley.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Wadley. I live on Dewberry Street, and I would like to address the Animal Ordinance and Control Workshop. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. First of all, I'd like to point out that the ordinance language is very much in need of updating. A lot of the terms are outdated. I would also encourage the council not to just address items 1, 2, and 11. Please take a look at all the items that we discussed at the workshop. Also, regarding getting info to the residents for social media, not all of our residents are on social media. We have a lot of seniors that don't do social media. So you guys need to, we would encourage you to address that as well. That's also a point that we made. Another point is, it's been said that the code enforcements are going to now be animal control officers. Those are two separate job descriptions. I just am concerned that they're not going to be able to be properly trained to look at dogs and their posturing and everything. So I would ask that we could see their resumes of these code enforcement that are going to be animal control officers and make sure that they have the proper training. As well as I would like to, about the barking dogs, one of the other issues that was not mentioned is that we would give it a time frame, say from 10 o'clock at night till 6 a.m. Because as was stated, dogs bark, they're gonna bark, and if they're guarding your property, they're gonna be guarding, all day. It's the ones at night when we're trying to sleep that we have the concern with. That's basically it.
Thank you, Ms. Wadley. I appreciate you being here tonight, and thank you for attending the workshop and giving your input. Our next speaker is Rita Schwark.
I'm Rita Schwark. I live on Grand Terrace Road. I live on over an acre. Who's going to protect me from the coyotes? I need more dogs than two. I do not believe on the limit of animals. As long as you take care of them, feed them, don't abuse them, there should be no limit on the animals. I've had up to 5 coyotes on my property, 4 at a time, and a skunk, raccoons as big as dogs. If I had more than 2 dogs, just maybe they'll keep the coyotes away. We have all kinds of animals that maybe the dogs could help us keep off our property. We have no control over that. If I ever figure out how to use my phone, I'll take a picture of them and I'll bring it to you. But I have all these coyotes and skunks and raccoons on the property. I need some protection from them, and I need more than 2 dogs to do it. I'm just saying maybe they can keep them off the property by barking or letting us know that they're barking. I go out there and do something, throw a rock at them or something like that. But they also, for protection also, in the area where I live on the west side. So there should be no limit on the animals. I think it's a stupid ordinance. It's very, very bad ordinance. As long as those animals are cared for, fed, and not abused and loved, that's all that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Briggs.
Good evening. Jeremy Briggs, Monona Drive. I just wanted to make comments to show my support. I was able to go to the workshop, and I just want to make sure that we take all the notes and everything that everyone brought to that workshop into real consideration. Of course, the animal limit, I would like to see it go to 4 or even 5. I'm not saying go crazy with it, but I would like to see every single thing that was brought up in that workshop. They had great ideas. The community came out, and I just want to show my full support to that workshop and say I hope we take each item that was brought up in that night and we take it in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. Next speaker is Bobby Forbes.
Thank you. Bobby Forbes, 11850 Burns Avenue, Grand Terrace. We had a great turnout, thankfully, because people shared it by text, by email, and telephone calls. That's why there was such a good turnout for that event. And I'm glad that the people came, because we saw people there that don't normally come out to meetings, and that was a real bonus, I thought. And I know there were more people there than what signed in, because some came in late. So first, this afternoon, I received a message from someone that could not be here and did not want to have the name disclosed, but it says, I would like to propose maybe a 4-animal limit instead of 2 dogs, 2 cats. I have a large lot, and we have 2 small dogs and 2 big outside security dogs. I would like to keep it this way, as dogs are pack animals. We do not have any cats. I just don't feel the need to limit families with large houses and yards. She's also in fear right now that someone's going to come take 2 of her dogs because she has 4. And that's in the last part. She doesn't want to live that way because the city council or the city staff recommends that someone only have 2 dogs. I don't know this person. I don't know where the person lives. That's just the message that I got and was asked to read. So, with me, I have notes tonight, which I don't usually have, and I don't know that they'll be in the correct order, but I'll just read my little notes. Increasing the number of cats and dogs. It can't just be addressing dogs tonight. I know that that's what a lot of people are talking about, but if you drive down a street that they have 9 windows in the front of their house, such as Country Club, and what if they have 5 cats? And the animal control officer drives by and sees 5 cats. They're only allowed 2. Are they going to go knock on the door? At the meeting at the workshop, someone stated that the animal control officers are trained to go through a neighborhood on a bicycle or with a whistle and blow it because the dogs are going to bark. That's one way they find out if there's dogs in the neighborhood. I thought that was pretty interesting. It's clever. I know mine would. And I would probably call that person in for disturbing the peace for blowing a whistle in my neighborhood and causing trouble. So people are living in fear of not having their dogs licensed because they're not allowed to have over 2. This is something I hear all the time. There's people in the audience that have 3 animals that were not allowed to license their 3rd one because they were told they're not supposed to because they're only allowed 2, so they didn't, and now they're nervous about it. Breeding is a business. In Grand Terrace, there are people breeding dogs. I know rumor of a woman that has 3, 2 females and 1 male, and it's just a constant turnover at her property. She's probably getting $900 or more per dog. I know someone else with these little dogs that have the breathing issues. I don't know what they're called, I'm sorry, but they get $3,000 a dog. That's a lot of money. That's a business. They should be paying taxes on that money too. City notification, no matter what it is poor. No matter what it is you're trying to tell us about. There needs to be a solution. Is that all I get? Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here and going to the workshop and giving your input. Next speaker is Carol Moyer.
Hello. I was at the workshop also and was impressed with the number of people that showed up. I would like to address several things. One is the barking. I read on 92313 today that someone's dogs barked all night and they were very upset. I've been turned in for my dog who at 7:30 in the morning barked 4 times to get back in the back door. I feel there needs to be some stable protocol for what's considered overbarking. I have a neighbor that dislikes any barking whatsoever. And if your trash cans smell, and if your trees shade his trees. And cats, oh, that was on today also. There are feral cats. I was told by an animal control gentleman approximately a year ago that I told I had 2 cats. And he said, do you feed these feral cats? And I said, yes, I do. And he goes, well, then you're over your limit. And I said, well, I'll let them die right away. I'm sorry, but I think there are a lot of places, I know of San Pedro in the area, that have colonies of cats that people take care of. They trap them, spay or neuter them, feed them, and it keeps down the rodents appreciably. I know that personally I have a very large hill. I have not had a rat in years. I did before. Also, the number of dogs. I'm looking at a house in Ritchie Canyon because it's Colton. I foster for Dream Team Angels Rescue, a couple of little dogs. I've also taken in a couple who were in dire straits. One turned over by one person who took them away from someone who were drug people and going to sell the dog. The other one thrown into a wash. I picked over 40 ticks off the poor little thing. It's hard to turn it down. I agree that maybe certain people that do not cause a nuisance, that take extremely good care of their animals, should be able to run a rescue. My time is up. I want one other quick mention. Someone in the Highlands apartments called the other day about a very aggressive pit bull running around. I went over. It was an adorable mastiff who was just overwhelmed by his hormones. Animal control came. It was sad. He was too big for me to take. But the vehicle that the small young lady, I believe her name was Liz, tried to get that dog into, it took 3 of us. There's no ramp. It was almost too small for him. Maybe there needs to be a better vehicle for the animals, and especially if you're going to have small young women doing it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you also for being at the workshop. Next speaker is Jeremy Rivera.
You know, when I first brought this to the council on April 8th, my major concern was how the city had addressed the issue on their flyer, that they were going door to door. Like it was World War II, is what I said. And I believe that's probably why we got 25% more dogs registered, because people live in fear that someone's going to come and take their babies, their fur babies. And I think that the way the city put the flyer together could have been better. I heard the first one was even worse than the one that was sent out. And just so everyone knows, the first day of canvassing, guess whose house they came to? Randomly selected. It must have been Van Buren Street between Michigan and Mount Vernon, and it was how they did it. They didn't ring my doorbell like they said that they were going to do and listen for dogs. They didn't walk by my property. And someone says, "How do you know this?" And I said, "Haven't you seen the Ring doorbell? It's the dandiest thing." And then Ring came out with spotlight cameras. Aren't those the dandiest thing? And if you buy them at Costco, you get a free year subscription of storage, even better. I said, "I have Officer Reyes all on video. Would you like to see it?" My little courtesy notice was just attached to my gate. She hopped out of the car, her partner was in the car, and put it right to my gate. I watched them all on video, the whole car thing, the whole situation. And so what they're saying they're doing, they're not doing. They're lying. I'm going to call it outright lying. I happened to have the pleasure of having breakfast with Madam Mayor and the city manager and my four-year-old at the time. And she said, "We have 6 dogs." Yeah, we do have 6 dogs. And when I knew that they were coming around, I took 4 up to my cabin where my nephew lives in fear that they're coming to get my other 4 dogs. So 4 dogs live at one of our properties and 2 dogs live here in Grand Terrace. So yes, I am a proponent of upping the dog limit at least to 4. If 2 got to live up the hill, but my wife would like 2 more dogs back at home. We miss them because we only see them on the weekends now. And, and just the way the city communicates with our citizens. This was about vaccination and getting your dogs vaccinated. Well, then it should be on the vaccination schedule. My dog's vaccinations are in April. I paid for licensing in April, so I shouldn't have to pay again until next April when the vaccines expire. Otherwise, they're going to be, not in line with the vaccination schedule. So that's a big thing too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate you being here with your comments, and thank you for attending the workshop. Our next speaker is Tricia Hollis.
Hello, thank you. I live on Pico Street.
Excuse me, Jeremy, could you please take a seat in the audience? That's for handicapped people that can't come up and down the stairs.
Councilmember Robles, I think it's okay for him to sit up there. Mr. City
Mayor,
Attorney, is that?
I think,
Mr. City Attorney is.
You countermand
Mr. City Attorney
rules
is.
of engagement for the city council, and you make it very difficult for us. I have one too.
Okay,
There's plenty of
can we
people
stop,
who have a
please?
process.
Can we please stop this
No,
discussion?
Mayor, when you-
Mr. City Attorney, will you weigh on this, please?
It's just become difficult.
Madam Mayor, if there is a disabled person looking to seat get seated up there, that would be one thing. I don't see anybody visibly that is looking for a seat.
I believe
And-
Mr. Rivera does have a
and if-
handicap placard on his car. I
And
have
if he
seen that.
is, then he's welcome to sit there.
Okay. I think he's been comporting himself very respectfully tonight. So I apologize that this made it uncomfortable for you, Councilmember Robles, but I think that he has comported himself very nicely tonight.
Special rules, special.
All right. Pardon
Hello
me,
again.
Ms. Hollis.
Hello, thank you. I live on Pico Street, and I've attended a few of the meetings as well as the workshop. And I wanted to address the emotional aspect of it, which I had mentioned before. And I think we have this wonderful opportunity to address and amend something in a dynamic way, where we are conversing and having relevant conversation, where we are hearing both sides, and at least having the workshop. I, as a citizen, at least feel as though the attempt is being made to hear what the citizens want, because whether you agree with it or not, many people feel that the animals are their family members, and you will have heated responses because of that. So I just want to say that thank you for having the opportunity to address this and try to come up with something that you're not going to please everybody, but at least come up with some kind of compromise. And I had also mentioned the aspect of property size, dog size, things like that to factor into the registration fees. I personally have over 10 acres, and having multiple dogs on the site keeps snakes away. It keeps predators away. I have a safer home environment because I have my dogs, and I have dogs of different purposes. And I wanted to address that as well, because when I was at the workshop, there was some wording that mentioned, and I wish I had the paperwork, it said something about a working dog or a dog that had a purpose, basically. It has a job, and that would be like a livestock guardian type dog. And other people had mentioned the vague wording, so maybe if something like that could be clarified as well, because for people who would like to have a more safe home environment, what are the qualifications to have a working dog? And then another question that I had is the dog versus cat. I'm a school teacher, so I talk to bus drivers, and it may sound harsh, but if a bus hits a dog, they're legally obligated to notify the owner, the city, whatever, that they've hit a dog. If they hit a cat, that's considered a free spirit. They don't even have to stop. So it may seem harsh, and we have feral cats, and I understand they're still pets, but is that necessarily something that we do want included in that? Because if they're legally considered a free spirit, is that something that is necessarily put into that? So that was just a question, but thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you waiting for us to work through our issue. I appreciate you coming and sharing your opinion and being part of the workshop as well. Next speaker is Jeffrey McConnell.
Jeffrey McConnell, 21758 Walnut Avenue, currently. I'm not an animal hater whatsoever. I love dogs. I've not been a fan of cats until I got one cat, which was the killer gopher hunter. And since I have a 5-acre farm, I'm definitely going to need some cats for barn cats. And as you've heard also, dogs, there are, since we're near the riverbed, near Rita, near my neighbor behind me, the horse ranch, coyotes, you name it, are there every night. So I'm not against animals. And I have a question for thee, because I'm also a landlord, and I've received some of those letters that this gentleman received. So a question for the city attorney, even though it's on our contracts that they have to follow all the city ordinances, if they don't follow them, is that eligible for grounds for termination of the lease, which you can answer later? I know if they don't pay their BERTEC bill, we cannot evict them for that. So I pay the BERTEC bills and I charge the rent accordingly. So I have no problem. Some people can't handle one dog. Some people can handle 4 dogs or 6 dogs, as Jeremy does. And I've had to listen to barking dogs. I've lived in my neighborhood 19 years. My
The decision how many animals are going to be is your guys' decision. I'm not a big fan of too much regulation, and I'm not a fan of no regulation. So you're stuck in a pickle in the middle there. Good luck with that. So I'm against too much regulation. I'm against no regulation because dogs carry rabies. You have to do something. I understand that. My issue is all of you here live in a residential area. Anybody here live next to a dog pound? I don't see any hands. Okay, well, in my neighborhood, there's an animal rescue that's been there for as long as I've been there. And for the most part, you don't hear them, but every time there's an ambulance or police vehicle or fire truck that goes down Lacadena or Barton Road, all the neighbors, pretty much all the dogs in the neighborhood go nuts. So I'm the dog rescue, God help them, they have a kind heart. They can go rescue all the animals they want and then take them to the proper procedure with them. But I think a rescue shelter in a residential neighborhood is more of a zoning issue and should be taken care of accordingly and not disturb the neighbors because it's difficult to handle 10 dogs, a whole lot more than it is to handle 4 or 5 dogs. So I think that's a zoning issue. They can save all the animals they want and take them to the proper authorities. That's what they're there for. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being here to share them tonight. And that is the last request to speak that I have. And Mr. City Attorney, will you follow up with Mr. McConnell regarding his tenant rights and responsibilities? After. Thank you. All right. Director Molina, there was a question that came up about working dogs.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to go back and look at the ordinance with regard to working dogs, because I know we're looking at provisions for sentry dogs, for instance, a commercial use that had a need for a sentry dog. So I'm going to go back and look at that.
Sentry dog would be
like a guard dog?
Okay. Yeah. And that would be considered separate?
Yes, because that would be a non-residential type of sentry dog, guard dog use.
Okay. So. All right. Any questions of staff at this time? Councilmember Allen.
Director Molina, would the issue of working dogs, could that fall under farm animals? And would it be covered under the ordinances that cover the ag overlay portion?
It is something we can look at, Councilmember Allen, as what I anticipate is based on this direction and just so we all know that staff is always looking for input too. So anyone that contacts staff after this meeting, we're happy to look at that as well. But we'll go back and look at our ordinance and look based on the comments today, based on direction from staff, or excuse me, from the city council. So we can look at that as well.
Okay, because I mean, I can certainly understand the need for the dogs on a farm environment. But as I've studied through all this, I'm trying to figure out what our goal is with what we're trying to accomplish here. And typically, I mean, the purpose of these ordinances is to reduce the chance of problems that dogs can cause in urban areas. And so the first question would be, well, do we have a dog problem? You know, that calls for this sort of action. And then
Councilmember Allen, I think you want to couch this under we have an ordinance in place, and there was a rewrite of that ordinance, which then I think brought attention to a number of items which were not in the ordinance. And so we want to look at the ordinance as it exists and some of the items that have been raised by the residents for what they would like to see in the rewrite.
So they want to see, I was at the meeting for the dog park. I was attended the entire thing. And so I heard the comments, and what they said is correct. The vast majority want an increase, but some of the things I thought about were, what about our residents who live in multifamily units? Do we leave it up to the tenant of the landlords to control that, even in the big units, you know, or do those residents get the same benefits as the resident single-family homes? Item 2, increase the number of dogs in consideration for private rescues or fostering of dogs. So Are these private rescues or foster homes for dogs, are they similar, would they be similar to a kennel, a small kennel? Can they fall in the category of a kennel and be treated as such?
So quite possibly, if council gives us direction to consider provisions for rescues, private fostering, then we can look at that. We can do it a number of different ways, but if the direction is to look at provisions, because right now we don't have any, we'll certainly go look at those.
Well, I was reading about it and studying about several different cities in California, and none of them have recommended kennels within the city's residential areas, for business purposes. Mm-hmm. But we can look at that, of course. Are we exempting dogs under 4 months of age because they can't get their adult rabies shot until that age? And litters can be larger than 2 or 3. So are we exempting animals under 4 months of age?
So dogs aren't required to be licensed until they reach an age of 4 months or older.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Hussey.
Okay, as far as working dogs, service dogs for veterans or disabled, we have a system or something to exempt them from the service and also exempt them from licensing.
So our current ordinance right now as it stands exempts guide dogs for the blind from having to pay a license fee.
Okay, I was wondering if we could get something on the exemption for service dogs for veterans with PTSD and any type of service dogs, as long as we have some kind of certification that they are a service dog and somebody didn't go to Amazon and bought a vest. The breeding business, was mentioned about a business license, and it is a business. That'd be like having what did I say before? Somebody had a business in their garage doing hair products or something. I mean, that's a big business, and you're going to have people coming in and out. I mean, that's something that we need to look into. One big thing is our animal control / code enforcement officers. They were properly trained to do animal control?
So, yes, sir, we hired, the hirings we did, their primary experience is in animal control. We're actually training them in code enforcement.
Okay. That just, so when we hired them for animal control / code enforcement, the city saved money on doing that, right? So we could.
Yes, from the outsourcing we were doing.
Because I know, and then with Riverside Kennel, I mean, that's where we take our dogs right now, our animals, to Riverside shelters?
Yes, the one on Van Buren and Harupa.
Okay, because I know the San Bernardino shelters are having problems and they're threatening to close it, so that was a foresight for a city that I think we did good. The feral cat issue, why wouldn't animal control pick up feral cats?
So I'll look into that. One of the suggestions is that maybe we look at a program for feral cats, and so give us an opportunity to go ahead and take a look at how we might want to address that.
All right, and we have no problem doing a license from month to month as long as the rabies shot vaccination is done. There would be no issues on our programming.
Right. So if somebody's rabies is from, I don't know, June to June, we would license June to June.
And if they have 3 dogs that each of them had different rabies shots, I mean, we're going to be sending the postage for each 3 dogs or 4 dogs, or can that person group it together if they want?
Yes, but yes.
Okay. What is your recommendation as far as having a number of animals for each residence? What do you recommend?
So I think it's really we're looking for feedback from the city council. We looked at some adjacent cities as far as how they approach it. When you look at that table, a lot of the cities seem to be around 3 and 4 animals. Except for Colton has 10, but the county of San Bernardino does base it on parcel size. The consideration does have to come in, as indicated by council member, Alan, what do we do with multifamily? We have like the Highlands Apartments. But, you know, that's probably based upon what the property manager is going to allow.
Well, like you said, the property manager on Highland Apartments, don't they have like a set limit on their animals that they could have there? Why would the city get involved in that?
They very well could. So we can look at our licensing for single-family residential. But we're happy to take a look at what other cities are doing in counties, and that tables that back up on the screen so that, you know, if we want to go with what most of the jurisdictions nearby are doing, we can do that. If we want to base it upon parcel size, we can do that too. So really, we're seeking direction from council.
Okay, foster dogs, you know, because I know a lot of people rescue their animals and stuff. Is there, what's your staff recommendation as far as fostering or rescuing the dogs?
So what we would do is we would go look at other agencies, because I want to see if they're issuing special permits for fostering, or if they're sure you can foster as long as you stay within the maximum amount of dogs allowed. Whether you foster them or they're your own may not be looked at any differently. So I want to see what other cities are doing. If they're just, for instance, if a jurisdiction allows 5 dogs, whether they're fostered or not, as long as you stay in 5 dogs, that might be how they handle it. So let's look at, I do want to take a look at that.
Okay, if we're in contract with Riverside Shelter, do they have a system where we could do spade and neutering for residents at half cost, or get some kind of grant for that?
That's
Not
definitely
residents, but for their dogs.
Right. So that's something we want to take a look at, because we only do that one vaccination clinic, but there are a number of programs throughout the county that our residents could participate in. So we'll take a look at that.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Robles.
I have a question, and then I'm ready to give what my direction is. But my question is, how many people have more than the limits? Is there a huge variance?
Mm-hmm. Well, from the comments we're receiving, yes, I would say that there are.
Okay, so because the reason you're saying that you got a 25% increase in the number of dogs licensed. So you have no idea who has dogs in this community and how many per house, but you're licensing them?
So when we do a new license, we are looking at our records. For instance, if I came in and licensed my dog in the city of Grand Terrace, one of the things that the staff does is they look at the records to see how many dogs are already licensed at that home. So if they're licensed, they already have 2 licenses, we're not able to license a 3rd dog. But if they're not in our records, that means they have no dogs licensed, and we would license up to 2, as our ordinance currently stands.
But you don't know how many dogs are in houses? You're telling me...
No, because it's an honor system. It's an honor, yeah.
Okay, because the reason I ask is because when this issue came up and we didn't have a lot of people that came in when we said, you know, the limit of, and then we had another issue that didn't address this, but this surfaced. And first of all, let me say that I think the community is being very, for the most part, what they're requesting, if you have an acre, it seems to me that you can have a greater number of dogs, and you're not jeopardizing the peace and quiet of someone else's home. But for example, when I'm at home all day and there's people walking down the street and dogs are barking all day long, it does become a nuisance and annoying. I personally, you know, we always look back at the 50s, and I remember watching Fred McMurray and Father Knows Best. You never saw anybody with more than 1 dog. And obviously, you know, the culture has shifted. People want more dogs. I'm looking at the extreme of Colton with 10 dogs. And, you know, Loma Linda, 4 dogs, 4 cats. Riverside, 4 dogs, 9 cats. You know, it's just, so what my direction is I'm really comfortable with a hybrid of what the County of San Bernardino does, but also that it needs to be, of course, when we're just giving you direction. You're going to come with an ordinance, and there's going to be a hearing again, because folks need to understand what's happening in this community that perhaps don't agree with the rest of you here, that maybe they don't want this, and we need to have some constructive notice. And to me, if for a number of years, you know, I think Vertex does their sewer billing. I just pay my bills. I don't really know. So we used to have in there, you know, this is a notice. So since they're doing our billing for us, wouldn't that not be some kind of constructive notice? You can't say that you did not know, because we're sending this in your sewer bill. The other thing about animal rescue, you know, I think we have to be sensitive to the zoning, and we also have to be sensitive to the change in culture. We have no-kill shelters, and I have to think we have that in no. But, you know, if we don't have a no-kill policy with we're dealing with, then perhaps all cities that I've noticed, Upland, they have like a foundation. But I think it's going to have to be, if you're going to do animal rescue, you're going to have to organize and be a formal group. I don't think it's fair to other folks in the community, because we can't all just have our preferences, and this is where we come in as the city council. We try to put some order into how we're going to have our community life. So the other thing is, if we want all these things, more dogs, more categories of what kind of dogs we have an animal control code enforcement officer, because this budget is always very, very bare bones and less. So I'm glad to hear that there was, you know, support for fees, and the fees should reflect what this city's going to have to do. And my thinking is, if you're not going to have an animal control / code enforcement officer and meet the demands of what increasing dogs or increasing whatever. But again, I'm not against increasing more animals. I think we have to be sensitive to what size of lot you have. And I think some of you that came here have the bigger lots. But we also have to have an inventory of what we have. And we have to, since I've been in this council, there's been, well, somebody had a dog, and so we're going to flag this dog, and when they die, they can't replace them. Now it's like, well, I have 6 dogs, I have 8 dogs, I didn't know. Nobody knows anything. So there's some point is, and I understand, I mean, someone said to me, because I noticed that they were in the audience, that there's a 3rd dog that they probably have to find a home for. And I know that has to be difficult. And, you know, at some point, I'm hoping if we were to increase it, that wouldn't happen. But at some point, if somebody has 10 dogs and we only say you're going to have 3 dogs, we can't meet everybody's individual situation. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Public comment has been closed. I appreciate that, though. I believe that we have a lot of good input from our residents, and my colleagues have made some very good points as well. I would look at 2 things that I would like to see when it comes back, and that is some sort of formal registration if we are going to have rescues in the city, and just an understanding from those residents that do put in their time and effort and dollars for the safety and the care of animals. We want to make sure that we don't have people that are saying, oh, I have 10 dogs, oh, I'm a rescue, but they never go anywhere. You know, we want to make sure that they're actively placing those animals. And I don't know what that looks like, but I would be for some sort of registration. We know who a number of the rescue people are that are very active. They could probably help give input to that. The other one is, I know that we do have dog breeders in the city, and even though we don't have a provision for it, I think that it probably needs to be formally licensed. I imagine there are some health and safety issues surrounding breeding of animals, and I would like to see a compliance with that as well as a licensing. I think that's better for the neighbors of those that choose to breed as well. As far as the number of dogs, I don't think that there's ever going to be the appropriate number. However, I don't know that it will necessarily increase the number if we allow more. I think that maybe more will just come out of the shadows, and that can be a positive thing. So I would like to see a hybrid as well that looks at maybe more dogs for a larger area. Not sure what the correct number is. It sounds like 3 is a really good magic number. But as far as for larger acreage, more than that. And then further, I think that maybe we apply that to the multifamily unless multifamily units determine that they have something that is more restrictive based on just their particular desires. And those would be my suggestions. I'm going to ask if Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Wilson has something, and then I'll get to you, Councilmember Hussey. Nothing? Okay, Councilmember Hussey.
You know, I think part of the issue why we had problems in identifying the dogs, because when we contract with the City of San Bernardino dog licensing, we were promised, you know, unicorns and puppy dogs and all this coverage, and we didn't get it. We didn't get the licensing. We didn't get the contracts. You know, we didn't get any of that stuff. So I think the city has pretty much been starting from scratch again. That's why we have our animal controls and everything else. I think we're doing a good job. We're just starting on that. But, you know, like the mayor said, you know, minimum dog, I like to see a minimum dog of 4 dogs and 4 cats, and then start with the larger, based on larger property.
I like the 9 cats personally.
I think cats are, you know, they, like she said, are free spirit, and they do take care of rodents. I know, unfortunately, I had a cat, my neighbor's cat, come from across the street, and I guess he was after mice. He got one.
So maybe we should get some sort of credit for
so
having
they should
cats.
be working cats, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll give them.
Councilmember Allen. I think so. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hussey, were you finished?
Yeah, I mean, I like to see.
I was going with the cat free spirit, and I wanted to end it there. Go ahead.
You know, then Felix the cat was popped in my head. I don't know, this bag of tricks. So, but that's how old I am. But I like to see a minimum of 4, and then or max of 4, then go with the lot size. You know, and maybe still grandfather the dogs that we had in. But I know it's like Councilman Robles. You know, we're not going to make everybody happy, and one person's going to have 4, next thing you know, they're going to have 8 and all that. And we do have residents moving in from out of different cities that are, you know, wondering if their dogs are going to get taken away. I hear that all the time, and we're not going to go banging down doors and taking dogs away. You know, we're not like that. You know, this is a small city. We like our animals. But I do request animal controls will look, because I walk my dogs, that people carry doggy bags with them, because I'm sick and tired of going over landmines all the time, because that's kind of crazy. But that would be nice if, you know, if the city had free doggy bags, but I don't know we can afford that because we don't have that much money, do we? But anyway, that's just a pet peeve. But I like to see the 4 and then the property size. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Hussey. Councilmember Allen.
Well, I think that as much as an arbitrary number needs to be decided upon for the number of dogs or animals that we have, we also need to enforce the negligence and nuisance laws that we already have. You know, making new dog laws is sort of like making new gun laws, you know, futile. So we have irresponsible pet owners in our city, and they need to have some attention. And because one dog can be a bigger nuisance from an irresponsible pet owner than 6 dogs from a responsible pet owner. And so I just really think that we need to, make sure that we're enforcing the laws that we have. And, you know, I'm okay with 3 or 4, you know. I'll wait for the report back. But the breeding of dogs, or any breeding business, I think needs to be treated as a business. Licenses, CUPs, whatever it calls for.
All right. Councilmember Robles.
Just one thing, I think we need to be careful what we state from here about, because we haven't set a policy about dog owners who have broken the law, because we have to also be sensitive to the neighbors who follow the law. So, you know, I don't want anyone to get the idea here that we have set a policy yet about those who have not complied with our regulations. Thank you.
All right. So do we have enough direction to staff at this point?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I believe I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
And this is a receive and file? All right. So we want to vote. We want a motion to receive and file. Is there somebody willing to make that motion?
I will move that we receive and file this staff report.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Allen, second by Councilmember Hussey. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Council Members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNamara voting yes.
Thank you. At this time, we will have a 6-minute recess.
Right on time.
All right, we are on item 9 of our agenda. Item 9 of 17. This is the Priorities Work Program. And I know that Cynthia Fortune is not with us this evening, so Mr. Duffy, will you be presenting this item?
Yes, Mayor.
All right.
For the record, G. Harold Duffy, City Manager. So the staff report supports the City Council's mission to preserve and protect our community and its exceptional quality of life through thoughtful planning with the constraints of fiscal responsible government. The City Council requested staff to hold priority workshops that will provide policy directions from the Council to the organization. Let me see if I got it there. We're almost there. All right, there we go. So tonight, staff is looking for direction to focus on the efforts to issues that are important to determined by the City Council. In the process, projects anticipate work hours, cost, protection, time, completion, and discussion. So what our overall goal is, you know, the council does a number of projects and programs. And so what we're trying to do today is, based on some comments that we received from the council, is we contacted the city of Highland and looked at their process and how they established their priorities. So what I'll go through tonight is basically sort of identifying how they do it and sort of show you sort of a hybrid system of how we do it and get some directions from the council at that point in time. So the purpose of our priority workshop is to discuss the project list of work programs and projects submitted by staff. Prioritize or rank the proposed work programs and the projects. Approve and propose list of work programs and projects. And ensure that there's a sufficient funding in the 2019-20 approved budget to implement the approved list of work programs and projects. So what's important is we only discuss projects and not the day-to-day operations when you look at trying to establish these priority programs. So it's not, you know, the routine things that we normally do, but the projects that are coming before the council. So this is one way, and this is a way that the city of Highland kind of laid out theirs. Based upon staff listing projects, then they would be ranked in certain priority. If it was an urgent project, it would receive a 10 in the ranking by each individual council member. A high priority would 7. A priority project would be 5. A low priority would be 2, and a 0 will be deleted off of the project list. So what I want to do is kind of show the council. So this is the already approved council list that you approved in my work performance evaluation. And so these are the projects that I said that I was going to be working on. And you said, okay, have at it. And so based on this list, there are a number of things that are going to be, could be perceived as higher priorities than others. And what would happen is, I'll tell you how I handle it when I work with my staff, okay? So here's the list for the planning department. And so I sat down with Sandra Molina, planning director, and I said, let's put your projects into priority A, priority B, priority C. And so we looked at this in terms of development, amendment to the master plan. California Recyclers is a big project for us, the Gateway specific plan, the commercial grocery outlet sign, grant Prop 68 for pools, the new Taco Bell that's coming to town, trying to get the Mr. TV video working. There's another project, the O'Brien project. So there's a whole list of projects. So what we would do in this particular scenario, we would look at saying project A, priority A would be urgent under that previous category that we talked about for the Highlands doing. And then project B would be high priority projects. And then project C would be low priority projects, or not as high as the other projects. And so what I'm going to propose is that as we move forward in the budgetary process, that each department present their priority list, and we have the council identify, the priority and the comments on each one. Now, dealing with these particular projects, first of all, the projects are going to include, if we have the staff, if we have the budget, and they're real projects for the year. And then second to that is, although they may have a urgent or high priority mark, it could be conceivable that an opportunity comes up where something moves up the ladder because it's a timing, it's financing, and so on and so on. But going through the exercise will then reinforce the council's priority and the projects that we're working on. And so, and one of the things that's important too is it's always important to make sure that when you establish the priorities that you have the resources to be able to accomplish those priorities. And aligning this process with the budgetary process, I think is kind of a great way to kind of make sure the alignment occurs. And so with that, I'm available for direction or direction from the council. If I'm going in the down the right road or not, please let me know.
Where's
Councilmember
Highlands?
Robles?
Excuse me. Where's Highlands?
So this is the criteria that Highland used to rank their programs. What they did was each department presented information to the council, and the council went through the process and they ranked those priorities. And then based on that, that was the list that they used, and they do that every 2 years. Did you want to see specifically how the Highland exercise?
Well, what I don't want to get into is where we have a workshop and it becomes your work plan. I mean, I understand that anything we discuss becomes your work plan, but I just kind of wanted a discussion where we tried to get a little bit of what people's sitting on the council on the horizon, what they'd like to see, and,
Sure.
and then get some structure to it, but not try to go in. The reason I say is because when you came on board, you met with all of us, and then we had kind of like a Jeopardy situation, and it was just too canned. It was like you already talked to us, so you kind of knew our process. So we just sat here instead of having an organic discussion. We just gave the right answer of what we told you
Sure.
in a private meeting.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
So what we can do in this process is, we can look at what's already there, but we want to make sure that you can add comments. And so some of the things that, and really, we've sort of looked at the entire process in individual silos. And so actually what you guys have done along the way is that you created a much larger picture that I need to really be able to show you. I'll give you an example. So we have a development that's occurring, but in addition to that, we have the Gateway specific plan. We have the 215, the interchange project. And in between that, the council has decided that they want to look at how to enhance the appearance of Barton Road. And then you also looked at how you wanted to make Michigan a walkable, community. So those are great individual projects, but I need to come back and show you that what you've done is create a really sort of great overall plan for the city. And so what I want to do is show you what we have, and then have you guys, as you said, fill in the gaps by saying, what about this and what about this? And we can get that information, and we can also look at how we can move forward with budgeting those things, in the near future.
Yeah, because, so looking at this, I'm thinking we should try to do it before the budget, so when we have realistic goals. I think maybe for me, only speaking individually, because we do these things because we have the Brown Act, the noticing, this silo discussion, but sitting here we're not really sure where we're at.
Sure.
So I don't know if it's more like a priorities workshop, refocusing kind of goal. But, my goal isn't to create more work for you or whatever, but maybe just a rebranding of where we're at.
I think that's a really important point, because, you handle so many different items over a period of months, and you don't really get a chance to come back and say, let's revisit what we've done so far. What's the big picture? Where are we? And that's really sort of, we need to take all those projects you've looked at and say, okay, how do they lay out? And then say, are we missing some pieces? But you're absolutely right. It requires you to have an opportunity to say, okay, you heard us and we did that. Now we want to touch base again and say, here's the next thing that we're looking for. And you're right. The best time to do it is to have a planning session so we can anticipate how to get those in the budget. Because as you said, if we actually have some new items, and the budget's going to be presented to you on the adjustments will be presented to you on the 28th of May. So if you come up with some new great items, they may not fall funding-wise in this particular budget cycle, but we'll have to look at that to try and get them in either at the mid-year and so on and so on. But you're right, it would be better to have that brainstorming session probably in January, so we can work to get those items in the budget.
Further comments? All right, so how does that match with what you were showing us and what you were planning on coming back with? And as I'm looking at that, if I'm Aegis Builders and I see that my project is not top most important, I'm not very happy about that. So talk a bit again about how I can move that project up when I think it's important for it to be moved up.
Right. So here, for example, the reason why it's ranked right now, the Aegis projects, because they haven't really gotten that far into the process. So that means that Sandra doesn't have a formalized application. When that application is submitted, then it's going to be bumped up to the high priority. And so that's how things work. For example, if Van Buren, you see it's in project C, I mean, it would be on the low priority. If the builder decides to move that project ahead of where the other projects are, it's going to jump into the high priority.
Okay, so you're going to bring this scenario back with each of the departments and then lay it out in a large scale fashion to show how it all works together. Is that what I'm understanding from the conversation that just went on?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Is there further input on this item? Councilmember Robles.
I just had a comment with your observation about how do, you have a priority, how do you affect that priority? So I'm thinking this exercise, is really necessary because we need to be able to express ourselves on what a priority is. And
or understand how it's treated.
Yeah. And if it's, a financial one, if it's how it is in the planning process, we need to be able to have that discussion.
You know, a good example with that would be, so really, priorities that you set really are like this one. So see this grocery outlet sign program. So you established a program that's going to allow for the property owner to enter into an agreement to get a marquee sign by a grocery outlet. Now, without the council establishing that program, this would not be the case. So, but when it comes to the Michigan Streetscape Plan, you establish that program. So when that information comes forward, that plan comes forward, then we bring it back to the council. If you, by some chance, have some, and you do have some bond proceeds, and you decide that you want to use those bond proceeds for this particular purpose, then that's going to become a bigger priority for us because the resources are going to be there and the project is there.
Okay, Councilmember Allen, you had a comment.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Councilmember Allen. You're done? Okay. Councilmember Robles.
Yeah, just my final point would be like, I think what's been lacking for me is the Michigan project, whatever, has been shoehorning those in, as we have the agenda come to us and look for an opportunity to shoehorn something in. Rather than shoehorn something in, I think we all ran for office and interface with people and we have, some ideas, and those aren't getting some fair play, so to speak. We need, I don't mean, don't look at your work plan or what your, I'm saying is we haven't had any blue skying, just, what we'd like to see. And then once the blue skying is over and we get it off our chest, then segregate it into, well, that'd be great to do, but here are the barriers. How do you want to remove those, council? Or we find that there isn't. I think we just, because I think there's a sense of frustration if, for example, the mayor has a priority and it's not on the agenda, so there's no way for her to say, well, this is my priority. We need some kind of forum for it. That's like a once a year or every other year kind of doing the laundry kind of thing.
And I clearly understand that. I just want to comment just in terms of kind of just show you a couple of the projects that came out of the blue was the Barton Road Streetscape project. You guys had that discussion, and it took off, and it's a natural. And one of the things that happened was that we had this $105 million interchange project, and you said, wouldn't it be nice to extend that down Barton Road to make it more enhance the appearance and make it a nice nice destination point. And so those comments came forward. You guys adopted that streetscape plan. You committed bond proceeds in order to do that. And then coupled with that, as I said earlier, you also extended that to the Michigan Streetscape. Now, that was a natural progression as we had those resources, and I understand what you're saying, and we'll go back and look at that. We will have this brainstorming session that you guys aren't, I'm not giving you something and you're validating it, but it's kind of a blank canvas, and you guys will have an opportunity to get to the point where you can create something new.
All right. Thank you. Are there any requests to speak on this item? Thank you. Jeremy Rivera.
Just real quick, about this time last year when you're having, priority workshops and stuff, I remember you guys were going out in the community and you had 3 community budget workshops before the budget was seen. I didn't see that this year. I didn't know if you would like to have any discussion about that or not, but, where's the community's input on this coming year's budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Jeffrey McConnell.
Jeffrey McConnell, Walnut Avenue. This is one of the things I brought up several months ago about, where's the prioritization that I'm used to seeing. The workshop that I've attended many times over the years, where new ideas from the public or council people would come up. So I appreciate when he said that other input can be done. So the reason why I turned in my slip this time was because based on what Mayor Pro Tem Wilson's been said tonight, as well as what's been said in the last several meetings over the last several months. Councilman Allen was talking about some of his council reports about what our great new governor's slamming down our throats, and Mayor Pro Tem talking about stack and pack along the freeways, low-income housing, the possibility of the state letting a builder come in and circumvent the city, the municipality, and go straight to the state for permits for stack and pack low-income housing wherever they decide, totally bypassing our system here in town. So it concerns me, and I've talked to, I know Aegis Builders, and I've talked to other builders, and I've a small-time builder myself, but this goes over in my head for many, many years and stuff, and one of my ideas is thinking too that we should try and come up with some ideas, whether it's updating the general plan or give the underground utility lighting that came up the other night as an incentive. Possibly I suggested to help builders bring projects forward. Any incentive, I've spoken many times about incentives to help developers. The reason why is basically because I have the same fears that some of you have of what's coming down from the state. There's not many infill lots left in Grand Terrace. If we can, in my theory, just in theory, if we can fill in all those infill lots or the majority of them before the state forces us to build, because every 5 years we've always had to identify X amount of acres for potential low-income housing, subsidized housing, I'm sorry. And I've always told people that one day they're going to force us to, and it looks like that day is coming. So my suggestion for the workshop to think about, come up with some, whether, like I said, it's almost 10 years now for the general plan update requirement. I think we're about a year away or less. If we can come up with some ideas to incentivize builders to do all the infills, as many as possible, as quickly as possible, to hopefully avoid this potential, because once a property is developed, it's not cost effective to tear it down to build another one. So my suggestion is to come up with some ideas and do the general plan update and implement some of those ideas, or at least have discussions about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. That was my last request to speak, so I'll bring it back to council. I think we've given a lot of direction, and this is coming back prior to our budget period. Is that correct, Mr. Duffy?
Yes, Mayor. So what will happen on May 28th, the council will receive the updated 2019-20 budget. Remember, last year you adopted a 2-year plan. And so, we have to make some adjustments to the budget. And so as part of that process, we will give you a budget schedule. So that also includes outreach to the community and also scheduling these workshops. It'll give you an opportunity to say yes or no on scheduling the workshops.
Okay. Do you need anything further from us at this time?
I do not.
Okay. So we'll move to item 10, which is a public convenience and necessity finding for proposed grocery outlet to be located at 22441 Barton Road for type 20 off-sale beer and wine license. Sandra Molina, Director of Planning and Development Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So as indicated by the mayor, this is a public convenience and necessity finding. Earlier this year, city staff, planning department approved a land use application for grocery outlet. So grocery outlet is proposed to occupy the majority of the tenant space that was formerly used by Stater Brothers. Before I proceed further, I did want to note that the agenda title for this item identified the location as 22441 Barton Road, and that is correct address. In the recommendation, it does have a typo where it says 22411 Barton Road. However, I did speak to the city attorney. City attorney felt that because the title was correct, that just reading into the record about the correction would be sufficient for this evening. So we We approved earlier this year grocery outlet going into a portion of the former Stater Brothers tenant space on Barton Road. This particular item does promote our 2030 vision plan. The market was approved back in February. The site is zoned for a grocery market. Our zoning code does not have a requirement for a conditional use permit. However, it's a pretty standard requirement for grocery markets when they're going to have alcohol sales that we require them to get their ABC license. Grocery outlet does provide different types of products, as you see here. As part of the application, the landlord is also doing some facade improvements, and you see a schematic there on the bottom of the slide. So grocery outlet did apply to the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control for a off-sale beer and wine license type 20. There is currently an over-concentration of these type of licenses issued within the census tract. So this location is within tract 7106, which is all of this area here, and it encompasses Barton Road, which is our major commercial corridor. And so here you see there's currently existing 7 licenses, and per capita, there should only be 2. I will note that one of those 7 is for the gourmet beer and wine food use, which is no longer operating. That was the exotic meat market use. They're no longer operating, but they still hold that license, so ABC counts them. When there's an overconcentration, we're required to have a determination made by the local agency that there's a public convenience or necessity being served when you that would support the issuance of this license. And so we are recommending that the City Council direct us to forward the letter that was included in the staff report packet, finding that there is a public convenience to issuance of this license. By issuing it, it provides the customers of grocery outlet to complete their shopping experience, and also will limit other vehicle trips that might have to be made to purchase beer and wine at a different location. This item would not have an impact to the general fund, but it would generate sales tax. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Molina. Are there questions of staff at this point? All right, seeing none, are there any requests to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, I'll bring it back to council for consideration of a motion.
Does it call for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll make it for items 1 and 2 under the recommendation.
I second.
Sorry.
You don't have to read it.
Okay.
With the corrected address as stated in the title.
Yes.
So you'll amend your motion with
I
that?
amend my motion with the corrected.
And the second
And
amends as well?
I second recognizing the address correction.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Allen and a second by Councilmember Robles. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Council Members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNamara voting yes.
All right, thank you. Move to item 11, professional services agreement between the City of Grand Terrace and Ultra Systems Environmental, Inc. for the environmental services related to conditional use permit 19-01, proposed trailer storage use at APN 0275-191-06 and 30. Director of Planning and Development Services, Sandra Molina.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the item before the council is to approve a professional services agreement with Ultra Systems Environmental. This does support our goal number 1 to ensure our fiscal viability as the costs associated with the contract are borne by the developer. Just to give the council some background, earlier this year in January 2nd, we received an application to establish the trailer storage use on the subject property that is included in the title. The application is received. It has been reviewed. It's been deemed complete. It's in the process. And part of that process for development under state law is to determine, is to review it with respect to environmental impacts. And so when we anticipate that an environmental initial study or an environmental impact report needs to be done, we don't do that work in-house. We do an RFP and get proposals from consultants to prepare the document. So it is required under state law, and so we did do that. We sent out an RFP for the preparation of the environmental initial study. And to back up a little bit, that's a peer review. The applicant himself is hired a professional consultant to prepare the environmental initial study. We're the lead agency, and so to ensure that that document is properly prepared, we let out an RFP for a peer review services. And so we did send that out on February 1st. We received 6 responses. We reviewed them, and based upon our review, we rated Ultra Systems Environmental the highest. They do have the capacity to perform their work, and the scope includes the reviewing of the initial study document, review of the technical documents that are going to be prepared, and also some staff augmentation. For a project to move forward through the process, the environmental review is part of that. And so contracting with a firm to do this work for us is not taking any action on the project. It's just allowing the process to continue. And so with that, I would recommend that the City Council approve the contract that's attached in the amount of $40,560 and authorize the city manager to execute the contract subject to the city attorney's approval as to form. And I'm happy to respond to any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Director Molina. Mayor Pro Tem Wilson.
Director Molina, can you do me a favor? When we have these APN numbers that are cited in these things, can you guys include a map?
Yes, sir.
Because I noticed in the previous documents, it's the same thing unless you dig through and try to find the application map, because we don't know what it is. I mean, it's nice, it says it's a proposed trailer storage use, but I don't know. And I think that we've talked about this before. $40,000 for a peer review. Now, I see the bids. It must be a pretty substantial chunk of money for the documents that need to take place in relation to this. 40 grand is a lot of money for a peer review. Just seems to me. Maybe my scale's wrong. Is there a way that we can be sure that the public understands that this does not vest this project in any way, shape, or form by going through this portion of the application process? At this juncture, it is a plan check review, basically. That's what happens. So, we have a process in the city of Grand Terrace like everybody else. And when somebody submits an application, they pay application fees, they pay, it's cost recovery for the city. And in this particular case, we don't do the stuff, as you talked about, in-house because we found that it's not a wise way to do business. When you've got an initial and you've got an environmental impact report and you're doing reviews, it's better to have a third-party cushion in those situations, because particularly in the initial environmental, it's what everything else hinges on. So it'd be like putting a cardboard block and then putting concrete blocks over the top of it. And if the cardboard block gives away, well, then the whole mess falls down. And we've had that kind of circumstance before. Most of the people that are here, well, not only a few, Ann's been here forever, and me. But other than that, we've had those kinds of situations take place. And we've discovered over time, and this is one of these situations where you revise a process and you have a better process. So.
And your original question before that was?
My original question was, first, is $40,000 reasonable? And second, could we not get anybody local?
And did that approve the project if we approved the contract? I think you wanted to make sure that was stated, that this doesn't do anything to vest the project. It's just part of the process. Director Molina.
So we did rate the, so when we look at the proposals, we review them and we rate them without looking at the cost, and the cost is secondary. But the process that we went through, they were the highest rated, and so that is the process that we go through. And the applicant is aware of the cost, and they understand they have to bear that cost. So We did send it out to 6 firms. Some of them were local, some of them were Riverside, that was fairly local. But again, the process is the rating, and that's how the rating shook out. And as we indicated, this environmental process, the environmental review is part of the development under state law, and so it does not mean that the project is approved. The project has to go through the public hearing process. It goes to the Planning Commission, and they make a decision based upon the information.
Mr. Duffy?
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to add, one of the comments that Mayor Pro Tem Wilson said earlier was, how can we guarantee that the public understands that we're not vesting the project? And so the way to look at this particular contract is simply this. By the city hiring a consultant, we are ensuring that the environmental process, or whatever the environmental process comes out, that we are thoroughly reviewing that process to ensure that it maintains or that any sort of mitigation is what the city agrees with. And so, because we're hiring to do a peer review of the environmental document that they're putting together. And that's the important part. And then the applicant has some reasonable expectation that when he submits an application, it's going to be looked at in a reasonable time frame. And we can't do that internally. And having a professional company do that for us, based upon the council selection, is extremely important to allow us to meet the timelines to protect the city and to also ensure that it is looked at to ensure that the city's standards are met.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Mr. City Attorney, and then Councilmember Robles.
Yes, I'll kind of attack it from a different angle. So in order for this use to be approved, it requires a conditional use permit. And for that conditional use permit to be approved, that has to go to the Planning Commission, subject to appeal to the City Council. That process is still in its very early stages. There's an application that was submitted but not deemed complete. Staff would have to deem it complete, then do a review of the findings for a CUP in our zoning code, and then also do an environmental review. And all this item is doing is setting up the structure for how that environmental review will take place.
Right, thank you. Councilmember Robles.
Nowhere in this agenda item does any of this, am I being informed of any of this, about, because I get this and I see proposed trailer storage use. Don't know where it's going to be, but I see an amount of $40,000, so it has to be a significant impact to this community. And I've never heard of it going through the Planning Commission. So not only does the public not know, I'm your city council person and I don't know what's going on, and I'm not being informed in this background about what it is. It's not saying that this is investing. It doesn't say anything that's just CUP. It doesn't say that this is in the process. If this were on social media and someone says, hey, there's a proposed trailer storage going on, and the room filled up with 150 people. So I guess my thing is, and I've said it before, we need stronger agenda writing. I don't know who, what, when, what it is.
Mr. City Attorney, and then Councilmember Allen.
Yes. In this case, because the project has not yet been fully identified, in order for a project to be deemed identified, well, no. In order for a project to be deemed identified, the project application has to be deemed complete. So until that occurs, it's really premature to say this is exactly what's going in. What staff is doing is being proactive and saying, we anticipate this is what they're proposing, not sure exactly yet, but we at least want to have a consultant on board, so if and when the project does come in. And that's correct, because the project itself is not before the council tonight.
I'm not saying I don't need to know the project. I just need to know what we're doing here.
Oh,
I just need to know that we have a project that has not been vested. We're not quite sure what it is, and it hasn't gone before the planning commission, but we need to do an environmental. And I'm not reading any of that in here.
Right, and we would have to do the environmental review once the project is deemed complete. And then that's staff review. And one other point that I don't know if Ms. Molina mentioned is that the $40,000 is going to be reimbursed to the city. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So all we are doing is entering into an agreement with professional services.
That's correct.
For services that have not yet been
That's correct.
deemed as to what they will do, but we know that we will probably need their services.
That is correct.
And if we don't use their services,
Then we pay nothing.
then we pay nothing. Councilmember Allen.
Right, we pay, excuse me, we pay nothing, but doesn't the developer always, yeah, so we're never paying anything for their services, actually, are we?
We will be reimbursed.
That is correct. Right, so I'm prepared to make a motion, if there's no more discussion.
Okay. Councilmember Hussey.
So even if they do the environmental review and it comes back and it fails, that means the whole thing's dead, pretty much.
Well,
It won't go on the next step. If the review's terrible, found oil, whatever, I don't know, but the whole thing, well, you can go past that. Well, if they found oil, we could open up an oil rig, but then we'll hear that, but.
Generally, they have ways to mitigate when they find things.
Okay. I just, if it's done, we wouldn't be going to the next process if it's environmental review came back.
If I may.
Mr. City Attorney.
So the environmental review doesn't necessarily fail or pass or whatever. It's an informational document that is presented to the commission and on the Council of Appeal, which identifies the environmental impacts from the project. And with the conditional use permit it goes with, the commission can say they're going to approve it based on the CUP findings. If they approve it, then they have to also approve the environmental document. So they kind of go hand in hand. But the approval or denial will be based on the CUP.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Allen.
So I move that we approve an agreement.
Hold on. Go ahead. You can make a motion if you want. I will go to public comment, though.
We can do that first.
Do you want to hold that?
Sure.
All right. Okay, Rita Schwark.
Rita Schwark on Grand Terrace Road. You guys maybe understand it. This is all backwards to me. Why should you be reimbursed? Why doesn't the applicant come out? Why do you have to give the money out, then be reimbursed for it? Are they going to know? This is going to affect me quite a bit on our road. Are they going to come and tell me about the trucks, how fast they're going, how many trucks per day? You've got to do a lot more research than you put out $40,560. There's a lot more to this than that. Something's wrong. You think they're going to graciously reimburse you? Of course they're going to do everything to keep that money or whatever it is. See, this is very confusing to me. I don't know. I agree with Councilmember with Robles. You got to give us more information on this thing. What's it do? What's it going to do? What's it going to cost us? I mean, $40,000 for a document that we don't even know if it's going to go through the whole way. Please think about this. Please think about this more. It's going to affect the whole west side. I'm not talking about a few roads or anything like that. It's going to affect it tremendously. And at this time, we've already got racing issues. We've already got issues with Grand Terrace Road. It's used for detours. They didn't ask us anything about that. It's used for people cutting across to Newport onto Canal Street to eliminate Barton Road. We get hundreds of cars per day, and most of them, over 50%, are speeding. Please think about this carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita Schwark. Next speaker is Jeremy Briggs.
Good evening, Jeremy Briggs, Monona Drive. I just saw this on the agenda and had a couple questions that got brought to mind as me. No, I'm new to the Planning Commission, as you guys know, and so I brought up a couple questions of why this was not brought to the Planning Commission prior. And I was just curious to know as well why we're spending this money already without any entitlements given. Just brought up a couple questions that I was hoping I could get these answered to. It would help me understand more. I've heard about this project, I just haven't seen anything brought to me personally, and I saw this come up, and I was curious to know why it wasn't brought to the commission first.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. Janice Maxinoff.
Janice Maxinoff, 21816 Vivienda, here in Grand Tarachi. The council has never approved any trucking in this area. I know there's an order to things, and why are we going out of order? If it isn't approved or it doesn't come back favorably, who eats that money? If he decides to abandon the project, who pays that $40,000 for a report that was done out of order? I mean, everything goes to the planning commission. Why do we have a planning commission if you're just going to bump right over them? I'm kind of confused as to what you're doing. Why are we investing in it if it hasn't gone through a plan check, a review? It just seems really odd that we're jumping out of order. This is the area that's right next to me, which you guys, when we tried doing the zoning change and stuff, oh, don't worry about it. We're not going to put anything in there that's bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maxinoff. Bobby Forbes.
Bobby Forbes, 11850 Burns Avenue. We're here because we attended a workshop on this. And so that's why our neighborhood knows what's going on. And we already have protested and said, no, 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 no. The roads cannot accommodate what they're proposing for the neighborhood. So every meeting that gets held regarding this project is going to be well attended by us because we're the neighborhood that shows we care. And I did not know when I came in here tonight that they would reimburse that because I wasn't remembering or I didn't understand that. I'm glad to hear that they reimburse, but if they walk, what are you going to do? Take them to court to get reimbursed? I don't know how that can happen. These people that bought the people that bought this land are experienced. They're working on the other side of La Cadena right now with dirt moving every single day. And the dirt is coming up into our neighborhood from that project that's on the other side in Colton. It's going to be a disaster for us if they start working on this project. But I don't think that's going to happen because we're all going to protest and hopefully we'll succeed. But I think it's interesting that the workshop occurred, but unfortunately the council didn't know or didn't attend. Jeff was there, I think, right? So that might be why Mrs. Robles doesn't know about it. I don't know how that word got out. Once again, it looks like the right information is not hitting enough people to get the people to live in our community, to participate in things. We all work together in our neighborhood. And you can't just use the internet. The Blue Mountain Outlook is not coming out. The City News isn't published enough. Not enough people read it. You need to find out a better way to let the community know what's going on in our community, because it's our community. So the city used to publish something quarterly. They used to put things in the chamber paper. You need to start putting something out in a manner to which is just not on the internet. Vertec bills might work a little bit, but not every person in town pays those bills or sees those bills. They don't see the water bills and they don't see the Vertec bills. A lot of the landlords handle it. The apartment complexes, they probably don't pay those bills, so they won't see them. So it's a challenge, but you need to work better at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Forbes. Jeremy Rivera.
Ms. Robles, as much as you dislike me, I do agree with you on this. I just don't understand. I would think that this would go before the Planning Commission first. If it gets their approval, then we would enter into a contract with a consultant. Maybe I got it wrong. If we're getting reimbursed from the applicant, why don't we collect the fee from the applicant now? What if the applicant files for bankruptcy, and then we got to go after them legally for this $40,000? We will spend more to our city attorney's office going after them for the $40,000 than we'll recoup. So that doesn't make much sense, number one. Number two, I like looking over the overlook. I like there not being anything there. I know it's zone industrial, but I think we've talked about it being zone agricultural. 650 trailers, that's a lot of trucks coming in and out. You know, it's been a while since we haven't had the Stater Brothers warehouse and those trucks coming in and off the freeways and over the bridges, and that poor railroad bridge, man, it's kind of scary when I drive over it. I make the sign of the cross because I don't know if we're going to make it or not. Mr. Duffy, what's going on behind closed doors? I love you, you know that, but what's the gain for the city if this project goes through? What is the financial gain for the city? Are we getting tax from these trucks? Or what is the physical impact to the city getting money from this development? If there isn't any, why are we doing this? Why are we going to ruin our city with all the smog and the pollution coming in and out of the trucks? I don't agree. I don't live on the west side, and I don't agree. I live on Van Buren. But there's something going on here, and it seems a little fishy. And I hope you as council, give direction to staff and maybe the Planning Commission that, to look at this a little bit more thoroughly and not to enter into this contract tonight. I don't think there should be a motion and a second in agreement in entering into this contract. I think the applicant should pay the contract fee to the city first, then enter into the contract so we're not reimbursed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you. Jeffrey McConnell.
Jeffrey McConnell, Walnut Avenue. I'm going to reiterate some stuff here to help prove my point. 18 years now, used to be 17, 18 years I've been coming to Planning Commission meetings. I'm on the Planning Commission. I've been in construction for more than 30 years. I work with developers as a real estate broker. And I've lived in this neighborhood for 19 years, and as the locals have said, there's never been a trucking outfit approved in that neighborhood. They've tried, and they've never made it. So, first line of item, I can appreciate the city helping choose a neutral CEQA person and not the developer's cousin who knows somebody. So we do get, hopefully, a neutral report. I can appreciate that. But my main point is here, from everything I've seen for 18 years and worked with developers, heard developers cry about all the money they spend and get shot down, and I could name several properties in town that have complained. And this issue was a big issue not so long ago, and because of it, we came up with the DAB, Developmental Advisory Board, where they get together, free of charge, and they get some feedback from the department heads and save some money. That's a great idea. It's a great concept. So I'm going to suggest that, as in the past, this should be a condition from the Planning Commission. You're putting the cart before the horse. Let's help save this developer some money and hopefully a loss of $30,000, $40,000. Make it a condition of the Planning Commission, just as many things have been a condition of the Planning Commission before moving on. Because after the community meeting, and the staff knows very well the history of this area down there, every time a trucking or some dirty development has come down, it has always been shot down. Always. The neighborhood rises, they hire an attorney with the manhole builders. So it would behoove, from the developer's point of view, and you would assist the developer in possibly saving some money by tonight moving this on and make it let them make it a condition, the staff should make it a condition of the Planning Commission meeting. And if it doesn't pass, as all the others haven't passed, he would have just saved himself $40,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. And that's the last request to speak that I have, so I'll bring it back to council.
Madam Mayor, if I may, before we...
Mr. City Attorney,
Thank you.
would you review the process for us?
Yes. So the process is the application is submitted, it's deemed complete. Planning staff then goes through and evaluates the project, and environmental review is conducted concurrently. It is then taken to the Planning Commission for community input and for staff's recommendation on the project. At that point in time, the Planning Commission can approve the project. And if it gets approved, it can be appealed to the City Council. If it gets denied, it can be appealed to the City Council. Now, a couple of points and questions. Why wasn't this item taken to the Planning Commission first? Answer is the Planning Commission doesn't approve contracts. It's City Council contracts are approved by the City Council. Point number one. Point number two is the question of why are we going to pay for these services when the project hasn't even been submitted. The answer is we aren't paying for any services. They will be paid for after the services have been completed. And another point that was raised was, well, shouldn't it be the developer actually be paying for it up front? And the answer is yes, they do. We require a deposit, and then we draw down on the deposit to pay for this contract. So the city is not out any money. So with that, I give it back to the mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Robles.
And, I just want to make a comment, Jeff McConnell and I are not orchestrating anything at this meeting. I'm saying what I feel. I feel that I have due diligence to understand the agenda and to have the proper information to me. And the last piece that I didn't have that you made clear was, well, how do we, because I didn't see any contract here saying that they have to reimburse us. So there was nothing here that said, well, fiscal impact, well, they're responsible, but why, how are they, we just need to have some stronger. And then finally, the reason I have my backup on this, because I feel kind of managed, because my vision that I brought to the council was that part of the community really ought to be rural. So then we were told, well, there's people that have zoning, and they have their rights to it. So of course, I recognize that. But now we have a CUP. And so that CUP just rubs me the wrong way because it's a conditional use permit. It's not zoning that existed already. So that has to go through the process, and now I understand with more information, and that's all. Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Madam Mayor, under our zoning code currently, the use is permitted conditionally. That already exists. So they are exercising what the City Council has established by ordinance.
Councilmember Allen.
I make a motion that we approve an agreement with Ultra Systems Environmental Incorporated in the amount of $40,560 and authorize the city manager to execute the contract subject to city attorney approval as to form.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Allen, second by Mayor Pro Tem Wilson. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Council Members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNabo voting yes.
Thank you. We'll move to item 12, which is a professional services agreement for on-call planning and environmental services between the City of Grand Terrace and more. Iacofano, Goldsman, Inc., and Mike Baker International. Director Sandra Molina, Planning and Development Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As indicated by the mayor, this is staff is proposing that the council enter into 2 contracts for on-call planning and environmental services. And so what we want to be able to do is have these 2 firms available so that when projects come in given our staff resources, we want to make sure that they're processed in a timely manner. We can call one of these 2 consulting firms to take on the project for us and represent staff. As with the other contract, city staff does take deposits in from developers to to be able to draw down when the invoices come in. But what we're proposing is that getting into these on-call contracts is consistent with our 2030 vision statement to provide adequate and creative staffing solutions, and so that this would provide that. And also, again, the costs are borne by the developer. The city staff did send out an RFP to 5 professional consulting services, and we did receive responses from 5 of the firms. These firms are all very well qualified to provide the services. We rated them, but we wanted to focus and make sure that we went with consultants that provide both planning and environmental. A few just did environmental, but we wanted to have a broader base. And so with that, we are proposing to contract with MIG and Michael Baker International. One thing I did want to add that it's conceivable that staff could use one of these consultants for some city-initiated projects, and when that happens, staff will come to the council and present that to them and have them approve that cost before we do anything like that, based on our purchasing policy. And with that, I would recommend that the council approve the contracts with both consulting firms and authorize the city manager to execute, subject to city attorney review. In the audience, I do have 2 representatives from MIG, and it's Lisette Sanchez-Mendoza and Russell Brady are both in the audience. I'm happy to respond to any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Director Molina. Are there questions of staff at this time? Mayor Pro Tem Wilson.
Just a couple of questions. Ms. Molina, what's this in anticipation of? I think this is a good proactive move. I just don't know what it's in anticipation of.
So the city manager in the priorities presentation showed priority projects that the city planning department at least has, and there's a multiple of development projects that are going to be high priority for the city. We just want to be able to make sure we are responsive.
Okay, so that's our green list, so to speak, or whatever it is, the high priority list. Okay, and then is there any value to you, because what I'm looking for is a trigger here, on the trigger, because this is an open checkbook, so to speak. So what's your trigger mechanism going to be? You're going to issue a letter or a purchase order or something behind these agreements? Because at this point, they set the hourlies, but I don't see anything that addresses specific tasks.
I see. So the contract does itemize the tasks that would be required for planning service and environmental services, but this is what I would envision, is that if we have a development project, the planning costs are going to be the planning costs. There's a process. We kind of talked about that. We review projects. We do them complete. We go through the process. So that's pretty much what it is, and so that's going to be an hourly rate.
Okay.
The environmental component of it, though, that can, we could just continue with the process with the on-call representative that's doing the planning, or we can get cost proposals. So it's one or the other. Really, the developer just wants to make sure their project gets processed as quickly as possible. So we just
Okay.
want to be responsive to that.
So in the long run, this allows us then to have these people booted up already.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
and then I guess the last question is, how is this going to dovetail with staff? What would be your next move then after they've done their stuff?
So what we would do is, for instance, let's say we have a project that we want to have one of the consultants handle. We would do a project initiation, sit down with the consultant, go over the project, because we already have it submitted by that time, and just go over it as far as our city codes, what we envision, so that at least initially when they review the project and we do a DAV, we meet with the developer, they understand that process. We can do different things. We can set up project teams, do quarterly meetings, or weekly meetings, or every other week. The goal is really just to be as responsive as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? All right, any request to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for consideration of a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Robles, second by Mayor Pro Tem Wilson. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with council members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNamara voting yes.
Thank you. We'll move to item 13. Notice of completion of dog park and settlement agreement with Clean Cut Landscaping, Public Works Director Alan French.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. This item before you is to close out the dog park construction project. This item supports 2030 goal number 4 to develop and implement successful partnerships. June 13th in 2017, City Council awarded the construction of the dog park to Clean Cut Landscape. During construction, there were some changes to the contract plans. Additional work was requested, and some other items were added, such as benches and painting, some drainage facilities and grading. All the construction has been completed to date as of April 17th, 2018. Additional compensation is per the staff report, and the final cost of the project is $446,127.82. This final cost is still less than the next lowest bid by $27,300. Staff is recommending to authorize appropriation from the general fund bond proceeds for $54,254 and $12,239 from Measure I fund to complete the final payment for Clean Cut Landscaping. And the staff is also recommending to direct staff to file the notice of completion for the project and approve the settlement agreement and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement. Terry Renner from the TKE firm, who was the project manager on the project, is also here, and I am here to answer any questions at this time council may have.
Thank you, Director French. Mayor Pro Tem Wilson.
I asked this question last time. Has the architect signed off on this project?
The architect was there at the opening, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, and reviewed the project, and at that point he didn't have any comments to myself. He did email me last week and asked me about the update of the project. I let him know that we were finalizing it, and if he had any issues to let me know. I hadn't heard a response as of right now.
So he hasn't visited the site?
He's visited it again at the grand opening. He was there.
Okay,
when
got
the
it.
park
Thanks.
was done.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right, any requests to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, bring it back to council for consideration of a motion.
So moved. Notice of completion for dog park and settlement agreement with Clean Cut Landscaping.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Robles, second by Councilmember Hussey. Please vote.
Motion passes with council members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNichol voting yes.
Thank you. Item 14, approval of contract with Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Redlands, Riverside to provide the City of Grand Terrace's 2019 summer swim program in the amount not to exceed $25,198. And that is Mr. Smith. You are not Cynthia Fortune, Assistant City Manager.
No.
Jesse Smith.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name for the record is Jesse Smith from the City Manager's Office, and tonight I will be presenting to you the 2019 Summer Swim Program, which supports goal number 3 to promote economic development and goal number 4 to develop and implement successful partnerships. The Summer Swim Program is made possible by a joint use agreement with the Colton Joint Unified School District, and it offers swim classes to youth as well as swim sessions to adults and seniors. So we capture all life stages, are able to come and enjoy the pool at Grand Terrace High School. And the program is administered by the city. In terms of a little background, we had a 6-week summer swim program operated by the Boys and Girls Club back in 2016. In 2018, the program came back in a sort of shortened version. It was held for 3 weekends and had tremendous enrollment. And we're looking to expand that time again here in 2019. So the Colton Joint Unified School District provides the city with the facility, and it is the city's responsibility to implement the program. The city must provide a promotion to notify the public that the program is there. It requires setup and safety requirements, as well as teaching and employment of certified lifeguards. Again, the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Redlands and Riverside administered the program in 2016. This year, they would agree to provide postcards to all of the Grand Terrace students at all of our campuses here to encourage signups, and they would be at our June 1st Community Day to begin signups for the program. They would also like to hire 2 junior lifeguards, 1 male and 1 female, either Grand Terrace High School students or recent graduates for the program. So there would be 1 supervising lead lifeguard, 2 regular lifeguards, and the 2 junior lifeguards. The summer swim schedule is subject to, the availability of use at the high school. For the first couple weeks of the program, there is summer school, so you'll notice that the schedule would be different, and open swim would be available from 2:30 to 6 p.m. It would also be available on Saturdays when there isn't summer school, and the schedule that you see there is very similar to what people would see for the remaining 4 weeks of the class. The regular schedule, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, would include senior and adult swim 9 to 10, youth swim lessons 10 to 12, and open swim in the afternoon. On Tuesdays, there would be just open swim 1 to 4:45 p.m. The full cost of the program is not to exceed $25,198, and we are currently looking at a fee structure for the program. Just as a reference point, back in 2016, we offered a variety of similar classes, and we offered a very great value with those classes. As you can see, the senior water exercise for a 6-week pass was only $5. That includes open swim, so you could go to the class in the morning, and you could go to open swim in the afternoon. The same for adult swim and adult water exercise. That was $20 for a 6-week pass, also included the open swim in the afternoon, and the beginners classes offered the same. Those were $30 for 2-week sessions, and those were group classes that required a lot more individualized attention, and those were very, very good prices. And open swim, if residents simply wanted open swim, they were able to register for $10 for the 6 weeks. That concludes my presentation. I recommend that the council approves staff recommendations, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there questions of staff at this time? All right, seeing none, do we have any requests to speak? All right, thank you. We'll bring it back for consideration of a motion.
I'll move that we do staff's recommendation and of items 1, 2, and 3.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Allen, second by Councilmember Hussey. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Council Members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNoble voting yes.
Thank you. Item 15, adoption of resolution setting a public hearing relating to refuse rate increases. Mr. Alan French, Public Works Director.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I'm here to present this item setting a public hearing for the date of, just setting the public hearing date, sorry, for refuse, recycling, and sweeping adjustments. This item supports 2030 goal number 1 to ensure our fiscal viability by ensuring appropriate cost recovery for services. The city has entered into a contract with previous haulers, which is now Burtec, on refuse collection. And the rates are typically tied to the consumer price index and is affected by costs related to delivery and landfill fees. Burtec did not have an adjustment in 2017, and at this time it is recommended to adjust the rates, especially keeping them smaller increments over the next few years rather than one-time big hit. So the first rate, the first rate would be about an 8.5% increase for this year, and the next year it would be about 12% rate increase. That's for residential customers. The commercial rate increase would be about 70%, depending on the type of service chosen by the
70%?
17%, sorry.
17%, thank you.
Sorry, yes, 17, depending on the commercial account chosen. Staff is recommending to adopt the resolution, taking the first step in setting the public hearing in compliance with Proposition 218 of the state constitution to hear matters pertaining to waste, recycle, and sweeping rate adjustments. I know the Vice President was here earlier, Mike Aragon. It looks like he had to step out, but I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
We are setting the public hearing for July 9th, yet our rates are going into effect on July 1st. How does that make sense?
Because the billing cycle would hit after the rate went into effect on July 1st.
Well,
does that make sense?
It sounds like they're raising the rates regardless of what goes on with the hearing. Are you saying that we're just having a hearing, but the rates are increasing anyway, and so it just doesn't matter?
I'm not saying that.
We're going through the motions?
No, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
so will the new rates take effect on July 1st?
If they're approved at the time of the hearing.
On July 9th?
Yes. They would be retroactive, but what I'm saying is the 9th is within the month, and the billing rate is multiple months. So
okay,
by the time
So on July 1st, they take effect regardless of what we decide during that?
No, Madam.
Okay, because that's what the staff report says. It says they will take effect on July 1st.
I see what you're saying, Mayor. Okay. Shouldn't have
All right.
been that.
Okay. Any further questions? Mr. Duffy?
Yes, Mayor, and just to be clear, the rate will take effect based upon what the council decides the date to be. So if the council decides that you want to make it July 9th, August 1st, that is the date the rate will go into effect.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Any requests to speak on this item? Thank you. Jeremy Rivera?
First, it was the fire department that wanted money, $157 this year. He's already left. He can't even stay here as long as Lieutenant Wolf. He's got to stay out here all night. And he's got a brand new Ford Expedition out there, by the way, 2019. And I'm sure Lieutenant Wolf is not driving that. Now the trash company wants my money. They want 8% this year, 12% next year, and that's consumer price index. I don't think that's in line with the consumer price index as I know it, but I might be off a little bit. Sometimes Mayor Pro Tem and I and our numbers, we might be thinking back to the old days of horse and buggies, I don't know. And then the Burtec vice president, he leaves because it's past his bedtime. I mean, what? But this is the company we have with the city. Then we have Mr. Duffy. Well, it's whatever the council decides on July 9th. Mr. Duffy, according to the staff report on page 388 through 392, it is not what the council decides. It is if the majority of the property owners, according to Proposition 218, come to the council meeting and protest it before July 9th. It's not what the council decides. The council has no control. This is one of those forced, you're going to pay unless, you know, more than 60% show up to the meeting. Kind of like the fire department tax that was forced to us. So that's an incorrect statement. Please read your supporting documents. What am I getting out of this 20%? Are they going to do any more for me? You know, maybe we need to go down to 2 cans and not 3 cans. Something's got to give, because it's getting really expensive to live here. Those poor people buying those houses on Van Buren, they're already getting taxed $316. We got to calm them down. We need to tell the vice president, no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. That's the last request to speak that I have, so we'll bring it back to council. And remember that we are setting a public hearing relating to this refuse rate increase. So what is your pleasure at this time?
So, Madam Mayor, on
Councilman
390, page 390,
Yeah.
where it says council is being asked to direct staff to undertake the appropriate measures to notify the citizens of the city regarding the proposed adjustments as necessary under Prop 218, which Mr. Rivera just referred to. And so with that said, I move to adopt the what is the resolution number?
2019
blank, setting for the public hearing date of July 9, 2019 to hear matters pertaining to proposed waste and recycle rate increases.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilman Morale and second by Mayor Pro Tem Wilson. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with council members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNabb voting yes.
Thank you. All right, number 16, rescind authorization to enter into lease agreement with EVGO and approve lease agreement with Carbon Solutions to provide electrical vehicle equipment and related services for electrical vehicle charging stations on city property. I see somebody other than Mr. French who's ready to make a presentation. Mr. Nakasaki, are you going to present this to us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'll try and
Mayor
behave
Pro-
myself.
Okay. So I'm here to present this lease agreement for the electric vehicle charging stations. This item supports the 2030 goal number 3, promote economic development, and goal number 4, develop and implement successful partnerships. On February 26, 2019, City Council approved a lease agreement with EVGO to provide electric vehicle charging stations services at City Hall. However, EVGO was not able to guarantee the installation of the electric vehicle charging station at City Hall before the expiration of the California Energy Commission's Southern California Incentive Program, SKIP grant, which expires at the end of September 2019. So city staff met with Carbon Solutions, the other electric vehicle charging station proposer, under the lease for their electric charging station, and confirmed that they were still interested in providing the electric vehicle charging station services for the city. And staff was able to confirm with Carbon Solutions that they would be able to meet the grant timeline. Additionally, staff contacted the funding agency about moving the grant to a commercial site. However, staff was informed that these funds were to be used specifically for public facilities. An application is currently in progress for funds to be used for a commercial site should they become available through the Southern California Incentive Program grant. And here is the an image of the tract that we put in for the trenching and conduit, and the charging stations in the rear of City Hall. And the visual image right there. Staff recommends rescinding authorization to enter into a lease agreement with EVGO and approve a lease agreement with Carbon Solutions to provide electric vehicle equipment and related services for an electric vehicle charging station project on city property. To authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and use the SCIP grant for the project. Corey Trapp with Carbon Solutions is here, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you for your report. What questions do we have of staff at this time? All right, seeing none. Any requests to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for consideration of a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to the staff recommendations for the items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Hussey, second by Councilmember Allen. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Council Members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNamara voting yes.
Thank you. Item 17, update and implementation of parking restrictions on DeBerry. Alan French, Public Works Director.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As last item of the agenda, here to present the findings of the restricted parking on DeBerry Street. This item supports 2030 goal number 2 to maintain public safety. The state law through the vehicle code allows local authorities to prohibit or restrict parking in our local streets, on the public streets. In June 2009, the city implemented a parking permit program restricting parking on the north side of DeBerry. Let's see, this one has the map. Between Mount Vernon and Morado, and actually it does go one lot to the west of Morado. However, we researched the records and did not find any ordinance or resolution from the council implementing that restriction. I'm sorry. Oops.
We have to start the meeting all over again?
No, Madam Mayor, no. So the existing signage on DeBerry restricts the parking on the north side from eliminating no overnight parking unless there's a permit displayed on the vehicle. 20 permits have been issued to date for the residents on the north side. And per packet page 437, the cost is shown there of the permit of $57.50. Tonight, staff is just requesting direction on establishing the parking restriction on DeBerry Street. I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
We've been charging for parking permits, and we have not been enforcing.
I'm not sure on enforcement. I don't know how we would tell that.
Mr. Duffy.
Yes, Mayor. When we started to try to do the enforcement with the Sheriff's Department, we were told that the way the sign is written, there's no restriction in terms of hours. It just says no overnight parking. So anyone parking there can say, I'm not overnight parking. I was just parking there for an hour or so. So the way the current law is written, there's no restriction in terms of what is overnight parking. So the Sheriff's Department, since I've been on board, has been unable to issue any citation for overnight parking at that location.
And so what have our residents been paying for other than a nice decal?
They have been paying for
A nice decal.
the ability to park there without any concern of potentially being threatened with overnight parking citation.
All right. And those that don't have the decal?
Those that don't have the decal, because there's been no enforcement, have been parking there without the permit.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen.
I just would like to know why those residents need a permit. Why are we issuing permits for that section of DeBerry and nowhere else? Or is there other places in Grand Terrace we do this? And why is that area needed to be issued permits?
So one of the things that we looked at when we were looking at this particular issue of overnight parking, because there's no access to the front of the property. So I originally thought, driveway to the front of the property, like a garage to the front. So I thought maybe it was one of the conditions of the requirement of the project, and that wasn't the case. There seems to be no record of the original process on how this happened.
So any of the residential streets that have alleyways behind them with rear entrance garages can get a no overnight parking on them?
No, sir. No, what I'm saying is we were trying to find out why this street was selected. And so when I couldn't find an ordinance or a resolution, I then went to the actual permit when the project was built, thinking that was a condition. But that wasn't the case. So we don't have a record on how this actually started, other than an action in a council meeting where the assistant city manager at the time came back with an option for the council to approve, and they approved it, but they didn't follow the ordinance resolution process.
I understand that. I'm just wondering what the original reason was for needing permits.
I don't know, sir.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Robles.
Okay, so, because I'm wondering if the council acted in 2009, then why don't we have before us the implementing, we're asking for direction. So I don't know what they were thinking in 2009. So here's my thought. Somebody knows or has a thought about that somebody doesn't want cars parked overnight in front of their house on a public street. So I need to know why.
Okay.
Why would somebody not want a car parked overnight in front of their house on a public street?
So I can only guess at the term is there's an apartment complex right next door. And so they're trying not to get the people in the apartment to park in their lot. And a lot of people don't want people to park in front of their house, but that's no reason for you to have restricted parking. And so we can't find a record as to why this street was actually designated originally.
Well, and this is going to be what I'd like to see.
Okay.
So we have apartment people parking in our city lots without any compensation to us. We have apartments on Preston, and it looks pretty congested to me, and there's been some issues about brokers parking cars, that kind of thing. So if we're going to look at this thing, I think it should be a complete de novo look at the city, and have the citizens come and tell me that we need this. I mean, is there a need to make sure that we have parking for people who own homes and they don't have parking, they're displaced by apartments that don't have enough parking or something of that nature? But just because somebody doesn't want a car parked in front of their house that's a public street doesn't, for me, it doesn't seem like enough of a reason.
Thank you, Councilmember Robles. Councilmember Hussey.
Just saying a question. This is what was brought up towards me, and I couldn't find the email. I tried to look for it, and I got an email from a resident. And one of their main concerns was, the signs were put up, so that's a big mistake. You have a sign put up and nobody's following the rules, what's going on? Right. So that's what brought this all to our attention. And the thing was, people are parking off of Morado on half their driveway. They're throwing trash everywhere. They're dumping diapers. They're not being respectful. That's all it goes to. Now, my question was, I lived in those apartments when I first got there. We had 2 parking spaces. Does that business not have adequate parking spaces for its residents? And it is, I know it's a home, it's a residence, but it's also a business. And that business, I wouldn't want other businesses to hamper other people's quality of life because they're making money, that. And so are residents getting charged to park in the apartment, and now they're parking on the streets and hindering the quality of life of other people? Does anybody know that? I mean, why the signs were there that this might have been it? I don't know.
Director Molina.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. So Councilmember Hussey, we did reach out to the management of the apartment complex because we had heard that they were charging. And they wanted to implement a program like that, but we told them they couldn't, that they needed to keep all those parking spaces available for residents. And so they disbanded that program. But we still keep hearing that, but I just wanted to let the council know we did verify they were not doing that.
Okay, so that just comes about why they parking in the streets and hampering other people. Because that'd be like, you lived across the street from Stater Brothers, and everybody parked in front of your house to go shopping, and still be hindering the quality of life for people there. I mean, these signs were put back in 2009 for a reason. I think probably because the developers say, what are you going to do for the parking on this? I mean, that's what we're trying to figure this out. And that's what the question was brought to me by a resident. I wish I would have made a copy of that email and forwarded, but that's why this was brought up.
I don't, if I had to speculate, these are smaller lots than the standard 7,200 square feet. So I think they're about 5,000 square feet. And so they have less street frontage. And they do have apartment complex across the street. And, not every home is going to have 2 cars. Sometimes they have 3 cars. Sometimes they have 4 cars. And so there's overflow parking. So if I had to speculate, I would say it had something to do with the apartment complex and the smaller lot sizes for those units, for those homes.
Yeah, and the only thing that I see a big issue here is the enforcement. Our sheriff's got enough stuff to do besides going around writing traffic tickets on somebody that's parking overnight. I was thinking this is more of a code enforcement issue instead of the sheriff's department, because I already had the guys out there doing other jobs and looking at making who's parking. But like I just said, it all goes back to respecting other people's property and what they're going to do. So I know this is a confusing step, what we need to do. And like Councilman Rowe was right, and what we do with all these other apartments that are parking, where we got people parking in our parking lot over here at City Hall. And we had to put a trash can there because what were they doing? They were leaving trash everywhere. That's unfortunate. That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Robles.
I think this is confusing, but perhaps we ought to look at it. And the reason I say is because there was a very strong attempt at the League of Cities by developers to take from our local control how to do permit parking. So they could come, they said if only we would take that away from them, they could just do so much more to build affordable units. So since we're entering in the realm of affordable issue and the state coming in and exercising some overlording on our local control, maybe this is something we need to look at preemptively, but not just that street. Because I don't really, like this apartment complex, it was built and whatever. My son lived there for a good number of years. It was made in the day when a woman stayed at home, there was 1 car, that kind of thing. So fine, we have space we don't use, but we're not getting compensated for it. And, we have some prior uses. These apartments are pretty old. They predate a lot of these housing trucks. So maybe it's time to clean up what we're doing here. Because I know by Valley College, they had that issue. So they had to do permit parking so the residents could have spots.
I'm wondering about our schools, though, too. We have Terrace View and we have Terrace Hills, and I imagine the people that live around there might want to have permit parking as well.
Yes, so normally, Mayor, it's my understanding, normally when there is an action taken by the government or like a school district, if they have a school there, and parking becomes an issue for the residents, that's usually a trigger for the agency to do that, some kind of a parking. If you have an amusement park or stadium that was near a neighborhood, the city would then issue something like that. One of the items that we have before us today that we need to get some direction on is, right now, we have signs that say no overnight parking. And we are unable to enforce that because there isn't a definition of overnight parking. And that's how we started out with this whole process, just to get the definition of time on this thing. And then we couldn't find the original ordinance and so on and so on. So we do have the larger discussion. I think the council's right on point with this. But until we can get to that point, we still have the issue of we have those signs on the street, and there's some reasonable expectation of those residents who had those permits, thinking that there was overnight parking, and it's not correct.
I think we should take the signs down and refund the money. Councilmember Hussey.
No, I agree, because there's no rhyme or reason. But, it gets to me that these apartments, not going after the residents who live there, because we all lived in apartments. It's just these apartment owners need to take responsibility, make sure their residents have adequate parking and adequate places for them to live so their quality of life doesn't hinder other people's quality of life. So that's all I have, my last statement.
All right. Any request to speak? Thank you. Jay Rivera.
I have the answer. My friend lives in one of those houses across from the Heights. They paid $375,000 for their house with a rear-facing garage. Their front door, though, faces the north side of DeBerry. The Heights does not have enough parking for their residents. An apartment there is $1,500 to $2,000 a month. You could have 4 people with 4 cars living in one apartment. It's not fair to the person that is paying their property tax and wants to park in front of their house to go in through their front door, not to be able to do that. And that's how this came about. But we've never enforced it because we couldn't enforce it. And I don't want the sheriff's department to enforce it. I want code enforcement to enforce it because I don't want them out there writing parking tickets all day. However, a lot of cities have parking by permit only on the streets in Southern California because parking is a premium. So my friend that lives in one of those houses paid their $50-some odd for their permit so they could park in front of their house. So the sign should read, no parking except by permit. And if the residents of those 12 houses that are on the north side of DeBerry want a permit, they come down, buy the $50 permit, and they can park there. All other people shall get cited and towed. That's how it happened in 2009.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any other requests to speak? All right. We'll come back to the council to provide direction to staff. I don't think we can enforce what's there right now.
And I don't think this issue is unique just to that street either. It's spread out all over our town in different areas because of different reasons. So selecting that one area, I'm not in favor of just that one area. And I don't think we can enforce it either.
I think that the signs are not effective how they are. I think we've been collecting money for a service that hasn't been provided. But I also think that we need to come back and look at parking throughout the city because we do have a number of trouble spots. We do have a number of apartments that were built prior to the types of residents that live in them now. And they are all underparked, I believe, except for maybe the Highlands. Councilmember Hussey.
I think we go after the apartment owners, make them pay the fine. That's just my thought, because it is not fair when you buy a house and you expect to park in your own area. Where I live, I have this one young lady, she moves her car all the time, and sometimes it's in front of my house, but it's a public street, you know. But it's not a nuisance all the time, and I can see when you're trying to come home and you're unloading your groceries, and you want to park an alley, you want to do that, and it's not fair to these people. But Mayor's right, you know, we need to look at the broader picture here, and then parking by permit only, and have our code enforcement enforce it. You know, I don't want to hinder our sheriffs for this. They got too much stuff on their plate. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, so you have the direction you, Councilmember Robles.
When you get to H.
Oh, okay.
So I have direction, and the direction that I have is to remove the signs and come back with a global discussion regarding parking throughout the city,
and
refund the parking permits
Right.
that have been issued in the past.
I think we've been
Yeah.
taking money for a service that we haven't provided.
Is there a consensus on that?
Yes.
Yes, all right, thank you. So we'll move to item H. Request for future agenda items by the City Council pursuant to our policy set forth in 2030 Vision and 2014-2020 Strategic Plan. Council members bring forward items that they are interested in that will require more than 1 hour of staff time to complete, and the item is agendized to ask City Council if time should be spent on preparing a report. To ensure compliance with the Brown Act, the request shall be submitted to the city manager at least 1 week in advance of the meeting so that the topic can be included in the agenda. In order for any listed item to be placed on the future agenda, the City Council must act by formal motion to direct city manager to place the item on a future agenda pursuant to requirements of Brown Act. No other items may be considered other than those listed below. Number 1 is create a master plan for long-term underground utilities. And my reason for requesting this was because, well, we had an item before us and it was difficult for me to at least assess what might make sense since we never created a master plan for long-term undergrounding of utilities.
So we say, like, you need 2 people to support that, 1 person to support that with you.
Yeah, I'm asking if we can,
I support that.
Okay, so I've got a motion to create it and a second by Councilmember Robles. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with council members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNoble voting yes.
All right. And the next one is a request to survey and cost estimate for installation of streetlights on existing power poles, and that was requested by Councilmember Hussey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. When we had our community cleanup day, and I worked with a gentleman who lived down over there by the fitness park, and one of their concerns was inadequate lighting on the streets. And I noticed there's a lot of, wooden power poles there. So what would be the cost just to put streetlights on there, to take care of that area? And I know Mr. French said like with so many feet, but there's power poles there that just could have a street light. And if we could just look into that area all around Grand Terrace, so that way, it'll make it safer at night, and hopefully that area cut down on the drag racing and whatever else we could put streetlights at, make it a safer community at night. So that's just my request. Thank you.
Okay, so motion by Councilmember Hussey,
I'll second that.
second by Councilmember Allen. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously with council members Allen, Hussey, and Robles voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Wilson voting yes, and Mayor McNoble voting yes.
You want to add more for next time? I think that Councilmember Robles has requests for coming back with items on next agenda.
Yeah, and I'm doing this, giving you 2 weeks' notice, and I understand because of Brown Act, I'm not discussing this. I'm only asking that you place on the agenda iPads, cost-saving effectiveness of iPads for agenda management.
And Mayor Pro Tem Wilson, you had an item?
Yes, Mayor. Similar to the item number 1, to create a master plan for storm drain.
Storm drains. Okay. Any others that we want to give to the city clerk for coming back? All right, seeing none, we will move on to city manager communications. Do you have a 15-minute presentation for us?
No, I do not. I will make it very, very quick. Just to remind the mayor and the council and this community that Community Day is coming up on the first Saturday in June, June 1st. It's a slight change this year. It's from 3 to 9 p.m. There will be lots of food and fun and entertainment. We'll start out with the high school band playing. Then we have a professional band also playing. There'll be local entertainment as always. We're also including a Taste of Terrace where we'll have the restaurants in. There'll be a craft corner. There'll be a kids section. There's a number of businesses that have signed up to be available on site. There's a car show. And at the end of the evening, there's a movie. Wreck-It Ralph was the #1 selection on the internet survey. So it's going to be a fun-filled day, and look forward to seeing more and more information for the particular items. Also, if you want to sign up for a booth or do on-stage entertainment, you still have the time until Friday, this coming Friday, to contact us, and we'll get you set up. Also, at the Community Day, we're going to have a workshop on bring back the Terrace Hills Middle School pool. We did have one workshop already, and we're looking to have more. We're applying for a Prop 68 grant, and one of the key components of that is community outreach. And the grant there's no limit to the dollar amount. We anticipate the grant to be anywhere from 3.7 to $2.1 million request for the renovation and addition to the Terrace Hills pool. And one of the requirements is that they want the community involved in these community meetings to be able to get community input. What's extremely important for us, this grant is done by points. And so we're going to lose some points because we're not an economically disadvantaged community. We will get more points by having community input and having multiple meetings. So we strongly encourage the citizens to come out and support us by giving their input at these different community workshops.
We do serve low income because of our school district.
Yes, Councilperson Robles, and we are using that factor. We're working with the school district to get their participants in the lunch program to try and augment that number, but we're still going to lose some points. We're hoping we'll make it up on that.
All right, thank you. Any other items? All right, we will be recessing to closed session. Before we do that, and just a reminder that we will be closing in memory of Grand Terrace resident Edward Salazar and Sylvia Robles' family member, Charles Montiel. We will be recessing to closed session to review conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. There are 3 properties we are looking at: 22317 Barton Road, APN 1167-231-01, 22273 Barton Road, APN 1167-231-02, and 22293 Barton Road, APN 1167-311-01. City negotiators: G. Harold Duffy, City Manager, and Adrian Guerra, City Attorney. Negotiating parties: Greens Group, Inc., and under negotiation is price and terms of payment. We are in recess at this time. Thank you to all of you who came out. Thank you to those of you who stayed. And if we don't see you, we will be coming back here on May 28th at 6 p.m. for our next regular scheduled meeting. We'll reconvene to open session. Council met in closed session, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. 3 properties: 22317 Barton Road, APN 231-01, 22273 Barton Road, APN 1167231-02, 2293 Barton Road, APN 1167-311-01, City Negotiators, G. Harold Duffy, City Manager, Adrian Guerra, City Attorney, Negotiating Party, Greens Group, Inc. Under negotiation was price and terms of payment. We have no reportable actions at this time. Direction was given to staff. So we will adjourn. Once again, we will be adjourning in memory of Grand Terrace resident Edward Salazar, Council Member Sylvia Robles' family member Charles Montiel, and the next regular City Council meeting will be held Tuesday, May 28, 2019 at 6 p.m. Request to have an item placed on a future agenda must be made in writing and submitted to the City Clerk's office, and the request will be processed in accordance with city procedures. Thank you all. We are adjourned.